is Thursday, I think.
And it's our 8 millionth broadcast.
It's our 8 millionth broadcast today, yes. No, I think it's like our 36th or something like that. I really don't know. But I am here in Celebration, Florida at my usual studio painting a new painting. Don't know if we have anybody in the room yet, but hello to you if you're there.
They will pop up and I will greet them.
Yay! Hey, our last broadcast was Sunday, so we've had 3 days since the last one.
Starwind BC says hello.
Hello, Starwind Beastie.
Ricky says hello.
Hi, Ricky. And, of course, the gentleman talking is
Hi,
my
April.
husband, Matt.
I am Matt, and the beautiful lady who is painting is Jasmine, and she's painting a really, really, really cool painting today.
I am.
And Jasmine and I are both very fond of Luna moths.
Luna moths, yes. We get many of them around where we live here in Florida. We mostly see them when they're dead.
Yeah, now,
we find their wings a lot.
We figured out what was going on with the Luna moths. We see their wings, but we don't see their bodies.
Yeah, very often I'll see 4 Luna moth wings because they've got 4 little wings just perfectly right there, and it's kind of weird, and we're like, where are their bodies? And we figured it out. What happens to them, Maddie?
The squirrels eat the bodies.
Yes, the squirrels eat the bodies of the Luna moths, and they leave the wings.
So, everyone who just thought squirrels were lovely little
I
tiny
love
herbivores.
squirrels.
No,
They're omnivores, though. They are
they
definitely
certainly are,
omnivores.
because I've seen them.
They eat our lizards.
Right, when it gets a bit chilly and the lizards get slow, the squirrels go around and collect the lizards as if
While
they
they're
were
still
nuts.
alive, they'll stack them up
Very
in their
disturbing.
arms like cordwood and carry them.
Yes.
It is very disturbing.
I've
like
shooed
little
a squirrel away and put a lizard in the heat, and then the lizard
came back to life.
Revived, and then he went off in the little hole. They don't eat meat very often. It's just a weird thing they do sometimes.
Yeah, they are technically omnivores. They're like rats, basically. Rats will eat anything.
They are referred to as tree rats.
Yes, I think they're adorable. I love squirrels. Yeah,
we
feed
try to
them.
attract as many squirrels to the yard as possible.
Yeah, we feed them nuts and dried fruit and seeds and such. And that's fewer lizards they'll have to eat. That's
All right, we have some more shout outs. We have Siren Moonbee.
Hello.
We've got Ian.
Oh, Ian.
We've got Julie Blake. Hi, Julie.
Oh, hi, Julie.
We've got Jane.
Hello.
And Amy.
Hey, Amy.
And apparently it's snowing in a few of these places.
A lot of these places up north.
Yes,
are
I
getting
apologize.
Snow. Yeah.
Or, I'm happy. I don't know if you guys want to build snowmen.
I was gonna say it's
then
early
I'm
enough
very
in the season.
happy for you.
People are
If
probably
not,
happy
then
about snow.
No.
Once it's like March and there's still snow, people are usually tired of it. But...
Yes, when it's okay, I think that when we lived back in snowy places, I'm referring to the Kansas City region.
Oh yes, when we're grown up.
And if the weekend was coming up and I had a job where I worked during the week, that was okay. Like snow can come on Friday, or even if it was Thursday, if it was Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And you're snowed in for 4 days, that's okay because you're cozy and you're inside. But when you need to venture out, it's awful.
I used to hate it when it would snow on Halloween. It didn't
Queen Tree
happen
says she's going to
often.
send us some snow.
Oh, okay.
Did you get home okay? I assume that you did.
That's an odd question. No.
Well, she came and saw us.
I know.
Yeah,
we saw her at Disney.
Vermont. Wow.
Oh.
Drove through 3 snowstorms.
Oh, wow.
Wow. What is happening? It will get down to, now you guys might laugh at us, but in Florida, it's going to get down to 50 degrees tonight.
Tonight, overnight.
I have no idea what that is in Celsius for you European folk, but
you would
50
probably think
degrees
it's
is
a warm
cold
day.
for Florida.
No. Yeah, today we were talking about how cool it is because it was in the 70s for the high instead of in the 80s or 90s as it has been. Because our summer lasted a long time. We never really had a proper autumn. It was summer and then it was summer and now it's kind of cooler.
Jasmine, that Nintendo guy, when it gets snowy,
yeah,
he has to work too hard because he works the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Well, give him a hug when he gets back.
Yeah.
And congratulate him on hard work. I don't know what to say. Yes, pants and flip-flops weather.
Yeah.
50 degrees?
Yeah.
Aw, yes, my daughter loved you guys signing her art book.
Well,
No problem.
Thank you again for coming by. Oh, I had a lot of Twitch people at the Disney show.
Vix Allen says anything above 75 to 80 is too hot here. We're just used to it.
We are very used to it. And here in Florida in the summer, it's pretty much 97 every day.
Ooh, it got down to 20s for Amy Morgan.
Oh my.
We're starting off with a lot of weather talk.
Yeah, we are, aren't we?
Yeah, feel free to join the raffle, guys. We
yeah,
do have
raffles.
4 raffles tonight.
We're doing 4 again this time, yeah.
Yes, we will be on until 8 o'clock our time.
So about 4 hours or so. Working on a new painting. Should I talk about raffles first, or should I talk about what I'm painting?
You talk about whatever you want, sweetie. It is a long time till the first raffle, so
yeah,
people are joining the raffle because I'm sure that they will want whatever we will give them.
Probably so.
Hey, Nigel. Nice to see you there. Raffles when I get to see everyone in the room. Sometimes our chatters, the people that chat, are always there, but the people that want to join the raffle and just kind of listen and relax. Yeah. I see them.
Which is always fine.
Definitely. 407, we're at 51 viewers.
Oh, a lot of people already.
And 53, it just keeps going up.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice.
But yes, so Jasmine is working on a lovely piece. And do you know the title of the piece yet, sweetie?
You know, I've just been calling it Luna Moths because I'm creative like that. But I might think of a title while I'm working on it. Other people might suggest one, or I might just call it Luna Moths because that's pretty straightforward.
Now, why is this piece special?
Well, because it has Luna Moths in it. No, it is special because it is going to be a Pop Gallery exclusive, and it's the first time I've ever done an exclusive for the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs, which means that anything that she's on, like prints or canvases, will only be available from the Pop Gallery. But they do take orders, it's going to be out on my December 22nd show at Disney Springs, but they do take orders via email and telephone for worldwide shipping. So you don't have to physically be there in person if you do want to get the painting or prints, because they will take orders by phone and email. And I will definitely let you guys know once, I gotta paint it first, but once it's done, and the gallery will probably start taking pre-orders in a week or two before the show.
Yes, definitely. And I assume that if we put the image on strangeling.com, we will give the info.
Oh yeah, we'll put how to contact the gallery.
Yes. Well, I'm very much looking forward to that.
No matter where you live, you'll be able to get her, but she will be special to the Pop Gallery.
Yeah, our event on the 22nd is going to be
that's going to be something else.
We're going to have a lot of exclusives, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We're going to have the new pin set, the Pirate Girls, which is...
New pin set.
Bootstrap Betsy, Captain Molly Morgan, and Pretty Pirate Polly are all going to be a little set of 3 pins that will be available only at Pop Gallery. Again, though, with those, you'll be able to order them worldwide via email or telephone. And then also, we're doing an event exclusive, which means that there's something that is there only during the event, and that's when you have to be there in person for, which is the little seashell collector. You know, I have the design for it. It's a pin. There she is.
Yeah, you were showing this off last week. I love this design.
I'm excited about this one. I like seashells and things. So, seashell collector. She'll be a pin design that is going to be given away for free at the Pop Gallery to the first 200 customers. So if you buy anything that is even a little bit Jasmine related, you get a free pin. The first 200
She is just
people.
Gorgeous, and her feet are so cute.
Yeah.
I love the fact, I think about when you see like adorable little children collecting seashells.
Oh my gosh, yes.
She's even smaller.
She is, unless they're really big.
She's just a tiny little tiny little girl that's collecting seashells that are as big as her, and it's adorable.
Yeah, it's a very cute one.
So I can't, the people that are showing up to Pop Gallery are very, very lucky.
Yes, and that one is not one you can buy, but the other things, including the painting, the prints, the canvases of this piece I'm working on, and the Pirate Girl pin set will be available for purchase worldwide. So you can order those from Pop Gallery, and we'll keep you posted on that. Let me think. Oh, I know Pop Gallery said too that if they do a pre-order like a week or two ahead of time, they can actually have me sign it or dedicate it to somebody if you order one by phone or email before the show. Usually you can't get paper prints that are signed from me unless I'm actually physically there and you're there in person. So that should be kind of neat, and it doesn't cost anything extra.
Layla wants to know how everyone's doing. Jasmine, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I've had a very productive last few days, really. I've gotten a lot of work done, a lot of new projects started that I'm excited about. I've been working, some of you folks were asking last time about People's Choice Apparel, which is a clothing company I've done t-shirts and things with in the past, and they are just now licensing a whole bunch of new images and relaunching their website, and they're also doing things like tapestries, cloth banners, and all sorts of fabric-related things that'll be coming out in the next few weeks.
We will definitely not leave you folks in the dark about that.
No, in fact, I don't know if I'm supposed to tell people yet, but they are going to make it possible that sometimes for our giveaways we'll be able to give away a free shirt.
On Twitch here.
On Twitch here, meaning that whoever wins it can go to the website and pick whatever size, style, type, picture, etc. of shirt they want, and they will get it for free. So that will be kind of a neat coupon code sort of thing we're going to give away here at Twitch.
Yes,
not
that way,
today, but maybe in the future.
For example, if we had, like, let's say we only had a small shirt and it was
that's why I don't give away clothes usually.
Right, a small shirt, Clockwork Dragonling, and you're like, gosh, I wear a medium. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't work for you, but if you have the coupon code, you pick out whatever image.
You pick out whichever shirt you want.
Exactly.
Any design, if you want long sleeves, tank top, any size. They do all over printing, which is really neat too. It's not like dye sub or it is dye sub, but it's like all over the fabric. It's not like an iron-on. It's a lot fancier than something like Zazzle or whatever. Nothing against Zazzle.
Way more fancy.
Way more fancy than Zazzle.
Yes. There's a lot of thought put into it.
Very excited about that. Yeah, I've been working with them for the past couple days, uploading files and doing a bunch of computer stuff, and thankfully our internet has stayed on. They're still working this week on installing fiber internet here in Celebration, so on the off chance we disappear, that's probably why, but it is later in the day, so hopefully
we've been pretty lucky.
Yeah, I had one time this morning, Maddie, that I was trying to connect and it wouldn't connect, but it was like
Yeah, I remember I had to reset the router that we have because we're not 100% connected on it yet.
Yeah.
Because I think our street hasn't been hit yet.
I don't think they've started doing our street. Yeah.
So, you guys know how it is.
You know.
We've all been through
Once we have the fiber, though, for internet here, that will mean our connection will be better. So our broadcast might be a little bit quicker, too.
On my end, it's always been good.
Yeah, it is. It can't hurt, though, so.
If any folks have any questions for Jasmine, always just put, my name is, I'll type my name in here.
It's Matt.
I'll just say, hey, it's me.
Matt Becket? Or are you Matthew Becket?
Yeah, I'm Matthew Becket up there. Type at Matthew Becket.
Yeah, type the at symbol.
And then I will see your message easily, and I can ask Jasmine any questions. If you want to ask her about painting process, ideas about paintings, why she paints, how she paints, where she paints, all the other questions.
Yeah. All the other questions about paint. Or about anything else.
And Jasmine loves insects of all types.
I do.
So much to the point that she...
Is somebody asking about it, or...
No, I'm just stating it. So much to the point that she has ideas that sometimes we're like, I don't know, Jasmine, I'm not sure if a bunch of, like, cockroaches in a painting would be the best idea, but she loves them much like she loves dinosaurs.
I do. I like insects a lot.
The beautiful thing about being an artist is you don't always have to be... you don't always have to do what is kind of like mainstream. You can go off a bit because something nags in the brain. I need to paint insects. If you want to do that, you can. That's part of being an artist.
Moths or insects.
Any idea for Patreon pins past December yet?
Ooh, Patreon. Oh, well, let me think. If they're talking about pins of the month, we have the Patreon pins that are the exclusives you get for free from Patreon, and then we have the pins of the month, which are the ones that you get every month on Patreon and then are on the website. I'm trying.
So
to
maybe
think,
they're asking
for the,
beyond strawberry cupcakes.
Beyond strawberry cupcakes, as far as the Patreon exclusive pin goes, or are they asking like what the January pin of the month is?
Oh, I love the Death's Head moth.
Oh yes, I've got it. I have a pin of it even.
I bet you do. You're always mentioning the lotion and poor Moobot.
But remember, I did a pin of that one. Look.
Yes, I do remember that. Beautiful. And Jasmine has Jasmine has a collection of butterflies. And
yeah, I've got a Death's Head moth right here.
Actually, Jasmine, that comes off fairly easy. If you can't put it on, I will put it on later for you. You can just set it aside gently.
There we go. For those who don't know, this is a real one.
I think you even have the scientific name for it. Can you?
Well, I already know it. It's Acherontia atropos. Atropos, like in 3 Fates, the deadly one, or Lachesis. This is actually Lachesis, not Atropos, because there's Lachesis, Atropos, and Clotho, and they each have an Acherontia. My painting I did of the Moth Queen is actually Acherontia atropos. This one is a Lachesis, which is slightly different.
As many of you have noticed, Jasmine's a bit of a nerd.
I was going to raise a finger, but I won't do that. Okay.
You can do it off camera. Oh, Jasmine. Okay. That was the wrong finger.
I'm sorry. I'm not good at that. But look, there's a tiny little skull who lives on the back of his head.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah. That's lovely.
We also have the one that has the snake.
Oh, I've got, I don't want to start showing all my buggies, but...
And again, I don't know if we have the link, but our good friends at Darwin and Wallace, not to be confused with... Oh, do you have that one?
I do have it. I'll show the snake one
okay.
Just because I'm nerding out about moths. And
right,
I'm painting moths, so
show
it's
your
relevant.
Hand compared to the size.
Yeah,
crazy.
I have very small hands,
that
but
moth
still,
is huge.
It's like way bigger than my hand. Here. I don't know if you can see it.
Now, that is to appear to be a snake to ward off predators.
Yes, if you see that top of his wings, they look very much like a snake, a type of snake that lives there specifically, that has the same sort of face. He has the same little red and blue stripes on his face. There he is. Looks like a little snake.
Yes.
It's like how some moths look like owls, the eyes, like on the back of their wings. It's a type of mimicry. So they
now,
can
it
try
looks
to
even
trick
more
people.
vivid when they're alive.
Yeah, when the butterflies are alive and they're flopping around.
Yeah, unfortunately, when moths, they pale a little bit.
They do.
But insects keep it better than anything else on the planet.
They really do. I mean, these are many years old.
So feel free to Google
these are all ethically collected and harvested. They don't murder butterflies for no reason. It's also a great way for people in out-of-the-way parts of the world to sometimes make a living by harvesting butterflies and putting them in little frames and selling them to tourists like me. Oh, he's so cute. This one, though, I traded for some artwork, so. See if I can put it. Uh-oh. Turn on my hairdryer somehow.
That hairdryer, I swear.
Yeah, I know. I'm always worried the cats are going to turn on.
I'm not sure where they live, Queen Tree. Where do the big, crazy snake ones live?
Let me think. Are they in Indonesia? I think. Oh, wait. I might be confusing them with the other one. I have a lot of insect specimens on my walls here, but I think they're from Indonesia.
Well, thank you, Grinchy. She just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting us. We very much appreciate it.
Well, I will show you the picture. You know, I have one of these, but not handy. But I've got a picture of them, of the Luna moth. And this is the moth that is going to be in my painting here. And you probably, if you don't know them, you probably would recognize them. They're almost a powdery green that kind of has a glow to it under moonlight, and it's lovely. They also have a pinkish kind of burgundy line that goes around on the outside of their wings. So I've got a picture of one of those I'm looking at while I draw these. And I found a picture too. It's actually a still from a video film, a nature film, that showed a bunch of the Luna moths flying. Because whenever I see them, they're either just like sleeping, so they're resting and they are just stationary, like in the picture, or they are dead and their wings are just lying there and their body's been eaten by squirrels. So it's hard to find footage of them or videos of them or take a photo of them when they're flying. So I got this and I printed it out just to see what they look like when they are at different angles. So when I'm drawing them on here in my painting, I don't have to have them all posed like they're going to be mounted on somebody's wall. I also, too, I'm talking about mimicry. Here is this lovely, lovely moth. You can tell good on this. This is outside, I think, of a blue morpho. That's actually, I've got one right there, too. But you can. This is what we're talking about, the owls. If you look at that from far away, if you're not paying a whole lot of attention, you might think if that was stuck on a tree that would be an owl. And I'm using
that is so
this
cool.
wing pattern to make her outfit. I've just kind of started drawing it in, I think, while you were watching here, where the darker areas are. I'm looking at the wing pattern kind of, and not real precisely, but I want it to look like her little dress that I'm drawing is going to be made out of butterfly wings in kind of a natural kind of way. It's not like she's killing them and using their skin or anything, but it's going to be kind of subdued, her outfit here. And then the moths, I want to be very, very vibrant. And I want it to be nighttime, so I'm going to have a lot of complicated nighttime light sources happening in this. I'm going to have a background blue moon sort of light source behind her. I want on her chest, I've got kind of the triple moon symbol here, and I want that to be kind of a fiery red purple. And then each one of the moths is going to have a green glow around it.
I think you just overloaded me and everyone in the room.
Yeah, that's I think 7 light sources. So it should be very exciting.
This is the thing with Jasmine. Sometimes she starts a painting, and she thinks it's going to be simple, and she keeps adding her ideas to it. And light sources and other things I don't understand. And she just keeps adding these things, and it becomes this complex, crazy thing after a while.
It's true.
So, it takes twice as long.
It's going to take me forever. I'm going to stay up probably 3 nights this week and work on it, but that's okay.
Well, what's funny, you mentioned owls. The office, I've been working late as well.
Yeah.
At the office across town, I've been hearing owls at night.
Our shipping office.
Yes, and the owls are calling to each other. It's really, really cool. I don't know how owls talk to each other at night, but I hear them in 2 different spots.
They do.
So I assume it's the same type of owl. I don't know which owl, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably a barred owl, eh?
Probably. I don't know. I remember one time Jasmine and I were walking back from downtown Celebration.
I think you told the story last time when I was seeing an owl. Yes.
Because it's so cool.
A lot of owl talk. Yeah.
It looked just like a cat, but then it turned into an owl and it flew up into a tree.
It did. It was amazing.
It was amazing.
I love owls.
Hey, Pineapple Princess.
Hello, Pineapple Princess.
Aloha.
That's how you talk to Pineapple Princess.
Well, they say aloha to us.
That makes sense then.
I just happen to know what aloha means.
It means goodbye.
It means,
as well as hello, yeah.
Does it mean anything else, or does it just mean those 2 things?
I think it's a, somebody else will probably know more than I do.
I don't know. Aloha, I know, means hello and goodbye. I don't know if it means anything else. Maybe it's...
like to your health, or a positive greeting of some sort.
Perhaps if you raised a glass, you might say aloha.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, what do you say? I'm trying to remember.
I'm unsure. All right. Raffle time. Let's talk about what our raffles are.
The prizes? Yeah.
Yes. So our first raffle, which will be 5 o'clock our time, just a little over 1/2 hour.
Oh, okay.
Will be the Strangeling 2019 weekly planner.
You'll probably see a lot of these calendar products from me in the next few Twitch sessions, because I'd like to get these to people before it becomes 2019, or at least before it gets too far into 2019. And I would be happy to autograph these, of course. It has my 3 wishes painting on the outside. And inside, it's a very nice, standard sort of
Yes, and some of you lucky people have already received yours that have won this.
That's very true.
So feel free to give a quick review and give it 5 stars.
Yeah, you can review them on Amazon. You don't
Excellent.
have to, but
we would not complain.
Not at all. The more reviews, the more Amazon shows them to people. So.
Amy says I just bought one of those from Amber.
Really? Oh, yeah, Amber had some. I think
excellent.
From the Ren Fair. We had some from there.
Very cool.
Yeah. And then is the next one the wall calendar?
I believe so. Let me double check, sweetie.
Okay.
Yes, it is. I have it written down in front of me.
The wall calendar. The 2019 wall calendar.
I have a little notebook that I keep with me that I write all the Twitch winners in. Because I'm analog.
Yeah. Well, you know, notebook isn't going to get...
You know what? If the internet goes down, that notebook does not go away.
Very true.
Oh, Ricky says that they love theirs.
Oh, good.
Matthew won for them.
Oh, that's excellent.
And we signed it for you, Ricky. And Matthew was very sweet to give that up for you. Because I know that you were a little sad that you didn't win, but your husband and your son won.
Yeah, both on the
hilarious.
same night. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a big, lovely wall calendar. Standard size, what is it? Probably 12 by 12 or so.
Oh, I'm totally old school.
Yeah.
We like old school stuff, don't we, Jasmine?
Yeah, really, really old usually.
Really old school.
Yeah.
Oh, Ian got his this week with a special message from Jasmine and Matt and Moobot. Ooh,
yes.
You saw that, Ian.
Oh.
Excellent. Gabriel does not share the pin. Good for you, Gabriel. 7 months in a row, Jokey Mom.
Oh, for heaven's sake, thank you.
7 months in a row.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Let's see, so we've got
very much appreciated.
Calendars. Yeah, that helps us stay up here.
Thank you so much.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
That gives us a reason to keep doing this.
Yeah, well.
Thank you so much.
To be fair, I'd be painting either way, but
that's true.
So, and after that, is it holiday cards then?
Yeah, because I think we're saving the pin for last.
Yeah, I always do pins last because that a lot of people collect pins, and I want to make sure they get time that they can come up here. So again, we've got holiday cards from the Brush Dance Company. Each one is a box of 12 cards that come with little envelopes, and some of them are sparkly. They're really very nice holiday cards, and you'll get 2 sets of them. Each one has 12, so it's 24 cards, and they come with the envelopes. These are not signed because we're actually sending these out of our shipping center across
If you don't win these tonight, folks, don't despair.
Well, we have more.
We have more, and we will be giving away next Twitch session on next Wednesday.
Next is Wednesday. So next Wednesday, the night before Thanksgiving, if you're in the States, that will be our next Twitch.
They are beautiful, Amy. I love those cards.
They turn out really pretty.
And you get them in plenty of time to send them out to all your loved ones.
Yeah.
24 of them if you win.
Yep.
And they don't sell them anywhere, so they're super rare.
Yes. Yeah, they were only available for a limited time from Brush Dance. I think it was last Christmas, so...
Saturn Mom has a good question. I don't even know the answer because I was running around doing Maddie things.
Sure,
how long did it take Jasmine to do the underpainting of this painting?
As the sketch, I haven't really. I'm just now starting on the
I think that's what they're
when it's sketched.
I think that's what they're referring to. I would call it an underpainting because
I would say probably about an hour and a half, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, not all that long. It's not super detailed. Like I said, a lot of the.
It looks detailed to me.
A lot of it I've been doing since we've been talking, but it's
So, folks, what I see, this is basically what I see. I see Jasmine. She paints this kind of grayish background, and then she just starts to paint in these outlines, and she just starts to create a painting. I have no idea how she does it.
And then I refine them and make it almost like line art, and if I make a mistake, I use some of the same color I mixed with the gesso to cover it up. So for people who don't know how that sort of thing works, if I make a line, let's say I don't want that line there's a weird line, what do? I can either wipe it away really fast, or I can dry it with a hairdryer. And then I can paint over it. And if I use the same color that I've used to put on the background, it's like a magical eraser, and now it's gone. When that dries, you won't be able to see there was a line there. So if I had her arm facing the other way, or I decide to put something somewhere else, or put a butterfly over here, I can just paint over that. It takes me less than a minute and a half, and I can put it somewhere else. That's part of the reason I like using paints as opposed to drawing with pencil, because pencil tends to get smudgy, and I am very messy with my hands when I work, and paints are nice and dry if you use acrylic paints. Right now, since I talked about the little moons on her chest being a light source, one of the things I want to do is paint these white. Because even though the light from them probably won't be white, I want it to be one of the brightest parts of the painting. So I'm going to use the brightest bright for the top white level of the painting. So anything I put on top of this will kind of show through. This is just pure titanium white. Oh, I didn't talk about the last prize we're giving away. We're doing a pin at 8 o'clock, probably around the time we sign off. We have an Earth Angel pin.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The last one.
Yes, that's the last one. We usually do 3. We're doing 4.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Shaylee and I are talking about toast.
Oh, I see.
Well, Jasmine knows that we get excited about toast.
I do, yes. I do. I watched some while I was sleeping last night. But here's Earth Angel. She was a special pin that we had at MegaCon.
And you'll sign this, won't you?
Yeah, I'll sign the little backing board for it if you like. Yeah. But she was one from MegaCon, so she wasn't ever for sale. So she's kind of a more rare pin because you would have had to have been at MegaCon or been somebody lucky enough to trade with me and Matt or won in a giveaway or something. Or bought on eBay for an extravagant amount of money.
Shadow Dancer's eating toast.
Aha!
Hey, synchronicity works in very, very many strange ways.
It does, actually. I'm painting this.
I love
pure white.
the various paintings you've done with the moon phases.
I like painting moon phases.
I'm fond of the moon.
I am too. I love the moon.
Yes, our Earth is twice as romantic because the moon exists.
That's probably true.
When you're on the beach and you see the moon, wow, that's pretty good stuff.
That's lovely.
It can be any beach too, whether it be warm sandy beach in the Caribbean or a crazy cold Whitby.
Like Whitby?
Yeah. Oh man.
I love the beach at Whitby. I think it's great.
Somebody else just finished their toast. Ooh, with blackberry jam. Shadow Dancer. You're in the same time zone as us too. At 4:30, you're eating toast with jam. You lucky thing. Is it tea time?
It kind of is.
Ooh, Mary's sitting in snow traffic. Mary, you need to quit.
Snow traffic.
You need to be careful.
He's probably just listening to us.
Most of the time we visit with her in any way, she's always driving. I'm so worried about her.
Oh.
You be careful.
Well, when you're sitting in traffic, you're not really driving.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was Mary. Wasn't it Mary that was driving around when we talked to her in Whitby? And it was.
You know, I think that was her.
Yes.
Unless it was a different Mary.
Be careful, Mary.
Yeah.
We will not be held liable.
No, I forfeit all
if you guys are driving, if anyone's driving right now, buckle up.
Yeah.
Do not
hands
talk
free.
to us.
Yes, hands free.
Hands free. Be very careful. We can't have that. I'm a non-texter person. I just hear little ringy sounds.
Oh, when you're driving, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
For example, if I hear Jasmine's ring and it's a few times, I'll pull over because I realize it might be important. But otherwise, if I just hear one, I might not.
I should be careful when I text you.
In the car, use an aux cable. You can listen to Twitch through your speaker stereo.
Yeah.
Unless you're all cool and your car's all updated and you're all Bluetoothy.
Oh, well, that's not us. But yeah, I'm painting this solid white here, and
Mimi's about to get on the road, and she said sorry to be a party pooper. She'll hop back on when she gets back home because she's going to be driving.
Yes.
I'm proud of you, Mimi.
Thanks, Mimi. Now, if you look, I don't know how I can tell. I'll get closer here. I painted the moon. I want it to look almost like a little symbol that's kind of carved or printed onto her outfit. But I want this moth to look like it's closer than the moon. So even though I've painted this moon white, moth's wings are kind of transparent. So I've kind of overlapped the top part of the crescent moon into the wing of the moth that I've drawn on there. So that part of the moon will show through a little bit since I painted it white, but I'll put a little bit of a film of green mixed with water on top of it so it'll look like it's kind of transparent through the wing.
That is so cool.
Yeah. And that will help make it look more three-dimensional too, because you'll see the lighting behind something showing through something in front of it. Similarly, if you look at her arm, I've just kind of put little white dots showing where her shoulder's going to go through this moth. Since I want a blue light source coming through here, like the moon's up there and it's going through this moth, she's going to be blocking that part of the wing since the moth is closer to us than she is. So that part will probably be darker and won't be as lit up and glowy looking as the rest of it.
So I think this is getting kind of complex.
Yeah,
I would not be able to do this as if I were, let's say, if I were to start painting tomorrow. Should I avoid so many light sources? Should I try to one light source at first? Let's say that I'm in the chat room right now, and I'm an amateur painter. I'm learning.
Yeah.
How many light sources should I bother with, or should I just go nuts and try to do what you're doing now?
Or would that be too? You can't, but it depends. It's like, do you want to put together a puzzle that's 50 pieces or one that's 5,000 pieces? It's how much work.
500.
Okay, well,
I like 500 piece puzzles.
Then maybe you want to do 2 light sources. If in most situations, if you're outside or if you have a lot of magical sparkly things around you, you're probably going to have more than one light source, because they're going to be at least more than one thing that is. Like here in my studio, I've got like 15 lights here. It's very bright in here, but everything.
You literally have. If you were able to see what I see right now, you would see an octopus of light around Jasmine.
They're all pointed at my desk. In fact, I have to turn some of them off because I'm very fair-skinned, and if I leave all the lights on, you won't even be able to see me, really, if I'm painting. Yes, so I turn some of them off.
Well, Jasmine,
I will ghost out on you.
Jasmine burns easily, so she lathers herself up in the Florida sun.
Well, I've had some skin cancer things, so
sweetie,
be careful. Just being careful.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
I'll be super quick. What type of canvas do you use? Neves asks. And I'll let you fill that question, or I filled the question, and you can answer it rather.
Okay.
And Evangeline says hi.
Hello.
And that's Taryn's daughter.
Yes. Oh, good to see you here. This is actually not a canvas. This is a masonite panel. Masonite is a type of hardwood board that is manufactured. I think it's mixed. It's like wood pulp mixed with glue and some other things. They pour it in a big sheet, so it turns into an almost. It almost feels like a piece of glass. It's a very, very dense type of wood panel that is mostly used in construction and that type of thing. What I do is I gesso it. I get gesso, usually Liquitex Basics, not always. I buy what's on sale. And I mix it with, in this case, a lot of dark blue and a bit of brown, since it's going to be nighttime. I'm mixing with that. And I do several coats of that, so it makes a surface that is almost like a canvas, but it's a little bit more smooth. I use a 1-inch brush, and I do a lot of vertical, a lot of horizontal, switch it, put a hairdryer on it, do a couple more layers. Usually this brush here, it's still wet because I just gessoed it earlier. And that kind of provides a canvas-like texture. It has enough tooth for the paint to stick to it, but it has the hardness of the wood behind it. And that is what the bulk of what I've been working on, probably about the past 10-15 years. I've pretty much always worked on either wood panels or masonite panels. I do sometimes work on canvas or linen if it's, usually if it's a commissioned piece and somebody specifically wants something on a canvas, or if they want something on linen. A couple of times, for example, I think it's the 5th wedding anniversary, you're supposed to give paper, wood, etc. for the first couple of years, and the 5th year is linen. So people like me to do paintings on linen sometimes. But when I'm just doing it for myself, for a gallery, etc., I usually do a hard surface like wood, because we can cut it out with a saw and make it fit a specific frame. And I do have a frame already lined up for this one. I've got a really neat picture frame that will be going on her at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs on December 22nd. And since she's cut specifically for that, Matt cut her out with a saw, and she is made for that frame specifically. She'll pop right in there.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's important to, if you are a husband who has a painter wife, it's important to cut panels.
Yes, lots
exactly
of panels.
The size of the frame that she's going to put them into.
Very true.
When will you post a new coloring sheet on Patreon?
Ooh, I think I'm supposed to do tomorrow, Friday.
Yes.
I think it might be tomorrow.
Okay.
So probably tomorrow, and it will be Ninja Dragonlings 2.
Very exciting.
Yes.
I cannot wait to see what people do with that one.
That's a neat one. That's actually one that the original painting itself I did here at Twitch.
Some of you guys are so amazingly talented with your coloring skills. I'm amazed by
seeing what
some
everybody
of you've
does,
done.
and it's kind of neat to see when people choose completely different color schemes than I chose. I like seeing when people do it the same one I did. That's very cool to see. But it's always kind of interesting to see if it had different color choices, what it would have looked like had I done it.
Oh, they're very happy with that response.
Yay! Also...
so please, anyone who doesn't understand what we're talking about, we're talking about Jasmine's Patreon.
Yes.
If you like Jasmine's artwork and you want to...
stuff like this, like Twitch and seeing behind the scenes things, and
anything.
Free stuff.
Specifically, if you like coloring, That's a $5 tier.
Yes, it's just $5, and you start off with all the downloadable coloring pages, and they are completely different pages than you'll find in any of my books. And they are exclusive, which means you will only find them at Patreon. So it's a way to get different coloring pages.
Yes, feel free to click on that middle link that I just posted.
Yeah.
And look at our Patreon. So I know so many of you are Patreon.
A lot of you guys,
yes.
All of you might be. I don't know. And there are tiers up there for pin collectors. We do the pin of the month. We do special Patreon pins. And then I do things like, I usually give advance warning when I'm going to be up at Twitch up there. And I do giveaways up there, even for original paintings, which is pretty cool. And we just gave away one of my original Disney proofs also for the Tightrope Girl from Disney. That was pretty neat too. After we do events like DragonCon and MegaCon.
Oh, that giveaway was the best.
Whenever we have leftover swag from conventions.
How important,
yeah.
or not, how I don't even know how to express how amazing those color proofs are.
Oh yeah,
because it's basically one of the biggest, coolest companies in the world saying, Jasmine, Disney, does this look okay? Yeah. And you saying yes.
Yeah.
And that is a super crazy one of a kind.
It's when I first do a painting for Disney.
It is.
And
it's
the
amazing.
Disney printers send me a printout of it, usually like an 8x10, maybe a little bit bigger, of the painting that I've done, and they have me approve the colors. So and I can't sell them because they are a piece of production art from the Disney company, and it says not for sale, Disney color proof all over it. But I just give it away to Patreon people. So that's kind of getting a one-of-a-kind Disney history thing, and also getting a signed canvas from me at the same time.
Jasmine, how long
all of those I give away.
How long have you been painting?
How long have I been painting?
Mm-hmm.
Like on this one today?
No, in general.
Like forever?
Yeah. How old are you, Jasmine?
I'm 30-something.
And how long have you been painting? 30-something?
I've been
basically Jasmine.
No, I've been painting
forever.
since I was a kid.
I assume that Jasmine painted with the things she found on the floor as a baby.
Pretty much.
I mean,
no, I used to go. I remember being 5 and going door to door selling my artwork to people. So I've been doing it a very long time.
Yes.
As far as
painting
my
then
website,
selling.
As far as my website officially, professionally painting, I started my website in 1997.
21 years.
So that would be 21 years since I started my website.
22 next summer.
Yes, because we just had the 21st anniversary of Strangeling.com was in July. So next year will be 22 years.
And you barely look older than that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Husband, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. It was someone gave me a compliment.
Oh.
They said my Patreon page is awesome too.
Yes, Maddie has a
Thank you, Kay
Patreon too
Harmon.
because he writes and
yes, and I'm planning to do a lot more.
Yes, he's getting some more audio recording
tuned.
equipment, so he'll be doing more stuff like that and getting a lot more writing time soon too.
Yes, we're all very, very, very happy here and making the most of our time.
Yes,
in dealing with the upcoming sale. You want to talk about that, Jasmine?
Yeah, we should talk about.
Let's talk about that. If you guys want to, if you guys love Jasmine's art and you want some of it, and you want it before Christmas, well, gosh, there's no better weekend than the wonderful Black Weekend. I don't even know what to call it. Black Friday through Cyber Monday.
Cyber Monday. Yeah, we always do it as a 4-day sale. We do the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday after Thanksgiving. So. Not this week, but the coming week after Thursday. We don't start it on Thanksgiving in the afternoon. That just seems rude. So I wait until I think midnight Thanksgiving night.
It's true because here in our household, Jasmine and I, we adore our time together in Thanksgiving.
Yes,
it's a very special time where she and I just we watch some TV, we eat some fantastic food. Jasmine is. You guys probably don't know this, but besides being an incredible painter, Jasmine is also an incredible cook. Mm. And if you've seen me, you can tell she does well. But that's our day, and we have a lot of fun because right after that is when it comes in.
Yeah, that's when we start our sales.
We start seeing orders from you guys.
It gets very crazy because it is a lot of people wait year-round to come buy things from my website until it is our Black Friday sale.
Yes.
Because we do a 25% off with the coupon code, and it's off of everything, even like masterpiece editions and original paintings. Anything that's up there is 25% off. And pins. That's a good time to stock up on pins.
No, you're not
trading
Big
pins.
Salmon, we love you, but you are not welcome to our Thanksgiving dinner.
No, we only have 2 people at our Thanksgiving dinner.
It's
and
Jasmine
I
and
cook
me,
an
and we have
entire
our cats.
Thanksgiving dinner. I cook everything. We're vegetarian, so it's the tofurkey and stuff like that.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
I cook everything
you probably wouldn't
that you would even think of at Thanksgiving for 2 people.
I don't know. I think you
kind
could
of
probably
insane.
change minds about because your cooking is pretty darn.
Oh yeah, I would. I would almost.
No, we have the poor kitties here.
Oh yeah, we've got our kitties.
Well, I'll probably get them a special something.
Yes, we usually get them some sort of
we
fancy
put it right
feast at the...
between where we eat and the TV. We put it right in front of the TV so we can see. No, we love our kitties. Shut up.
Yeah,
don't be mean to me.
No, our kitties.
I spoil those cats.
Our kitties are.
I don't want to hear it.
Our kitties are very lucky kitties. Not all kitties get to ride on airplanes and go to different countries. But no, they will be with us on Thanksgiving, and Matt will be here too. And I will cook food, and after that, our sale will start. And then right after the sale ends, we go to Southeast Asia for a while. So that's going to be and then right after that, we have Pop Gallery when we get back. So it's going to be a very strange autumn for us. I'm deciding how long to make her hair. I don't know what color hair. I'll probably give her silvery hair because I want it to look kind of nighttime, magic-y, blue toned, etc. Probably give her fair skin. I haven't decided yet. I want something that kind of matches goes along good with the green and the pink of the butterflies. I want her to have kind of a brown neutral outfit. The background will be mostly blue.
Oh, that'll be a nice contrast.
But no matter what color I end up making her hair, I know that the part that's over here is going to be in shadow. If I have a blue coming from the upper left-hand side from a moon, because the moon kind of gives blue light most of the time, and then I've got the purplish red, orangey sort of moons down there that are from her magical glowing outfit, and then there'll be the green glowy little moths. So whatever color her hair is going to be, it's going to be kind of darker off on this side because it's not being hit by any of the light sources straight on, with the exception of the moth here. That will hit more of the front part of her hair. I'm not going to worry about the moths yet. I'm going to think more about the 2 primary light sources, the moon behind her and the little moon design in her outfit in front of her. Kind of thinking of the Unseelie Court Pestilence or Unseelie Court Envy paintings I've done where there's a symbol on the front of their outfit and it itself seems to be kind of glowing. Like some sort of fancy costume you'd see at Dragon Con. Let me think. I haven't drawn much for the background. I just kind of made some lines to insinuate trees that I'll be fleshing in a bit later. I might start working a bit on the underpainting of the flesh tones on her, since that will give me a better idea of how far into space towards me she is projecting, to make her look more three-dimensional, obviously. I want things like her legs to look like they're in front of her head, so it doesn't look like she's on a flat plane.
This is cool. It's neat to hear your process and how you're pondering.
Yeah, usually I get a little bit further along in a painting before I start, but...
Now, just to let you know, folks, she usually doesn't say this stuff out loud.
No, not typically.
So I learn along with you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Last time here on Twitch, I was working on the mini paintings that we auctioned off. Oh, I should have told you to tell people too, Matt. You can probably find the link.
Oh,
but
what is it, sweetie?
ACEOs that I painted last time. The mini customs I'm still working on. Those I'll probably be finishing up this weekend. But the ACEOs, the little tiny canvas clays that I was working on like the last hour of Twitch, those are all up for auction. If you go to one of the auctions for any of the ACEOs, Matt, and you click on it and go down and it says, see my other ACEO cards here, that will have a link that you can get from the URL field if you want to copy paste it.
Yep, I just need to log into a few things and I will be good.
But yeah, I got all those done. And I worked on them the next day and I scanned them in, I think that following night. So they've probably got like 5 days left. And those, of course, are always up for auction starting at a penny. I'm sure they probably have bids. I have not really checked on them yet, but they probably have more than a penny worth of bids on them.
They're all more than a penny, sweetie.
Okay, I would assume so.
I'm away from chat for a little bit, guys, but I will get back to your questions.
Oh,
I just need to find this link.
And if Matt ever doesn't address any of your questions, again, I don't see the TV, so I don't know what people are asking. But if you tag Matt and just write it again, if he didn't see it the first time, then he can ask me the second time you post it.
So what was it again, sweetie? If I click on one of the...
any of the ACOs.
Okay, I'm in an ACO right now. Okay.
And it says, click here to see my other ACOs.
Aha!
And then grab the URL after you
I
click
will
on
grab that. I will put that in a new thing, and I will snatch that. Clever.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like that.
Yep.
And I'll put that right in there.
Since 1999.
You guys want to look at these ACOs?
Yes.
It's a long, crazy link. I apologize, but
it
there
is
you
a
go.
long, crazy link, but if it's clickable, does it let you it lets you post links, right?
Oh yeah,
Twitch?
I post links all day.
Okay.
Yes, I'm.
Again,
I'm a
I've
link
never
poster.
actually seen the Twitch chat room before.
What is an ACEO? Fairyabelle asks.
ACEO. It stands for Art Cards, Editions, and Originals. These have been around as a thing that artists make for, as far as calling them ACEOs, probably about 20 odd years. It means that it is either an original painting or some sort of hand-touched limited edition that an artist themselves has made, not like a company's made it on their behalf, but they themselves physically make with their hands, that is 2.5 inches wide and 3.5 inches tall. Some people make them out of cloth, people do wood carving, sculptures, obviously paintings. I do giclées that I hand paint little details in. If you look at the last hour of the last broadcast, you'll see how I make them. And I make one of each painting I do. So for example, this one, I don't know about this one because it's a Pop Gallery one. I'll probably make the ACEO, I'm guessing, but other than that, it'll be Pop Gallery. But for every painting I do, I make one single little tiny canvas that is exactly 2.5 by 3.5 inches, which is the same size as like a Pokemon card or Magic the Gathering card or baseball card.
Right.
And they are a artist trading card. Sometimes people call them artist trading cards also. I think those can vary a bit more in size, but that's an older term for them. I think people even in Victorian era did those. But it's a way of making a tiny little collectible piece of art that doesn't take up a lot of room on the wall and doesn't cost as much as getting like a full-size or an original painting. People keep them in little like plastic binders, like how you would baseball cards. Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to tell Tina that yes, I did get the recipe that you sent, and I forwarded it to my little sister.
Oh, for the friendship bread.
Who makes it's the Amish bread, the Amish friendship bread.
Yes,
and it is not the same bread that my little sister makes. Apparently, now I'll let you know, Jasmine. This recipe is kind of intimidating.
Oh, why is that?
It takes 10 days to make.
Well, a lot of breads and things.
10 days.
Yeah, bread, anything.
And you have to like smack it around in a big bag.
Yeah.
So we were looking at the recipe together, and the only thing that it didn't address is that it should be refrigerated. But we guessed that since it had a lot of dairy, that it would have to be. Otherwise, it would be cottage cheese at the end of the day.
That's a good point.
But yes, I showed that to my little sister, and I forwarded it to her, and she is excited about making that with her family.
Yay.
And it sounds very sweet.
Oh, is it like a sweet
Which is a
bread?
little different from the normal Amish bread that my sister Sarah makes.
Yeah.
Which is not, it might be a wee bit sweet, but this one almost looks like almost like a lovely dessert, and it has cinnamon and stuff.
Yeah.
So it looks really amazing.
Sounds good.
Well, she says no refrigerator.
Oh,
really? I will have to tell Sarah that.
Is it supposed to have yeast? Is it supposed to be rising and like having enzymes?
I don't remember. Okay, no
in
refrigerator, but it still has milk in it, and you can do that.
Honey, how do you think cheese is made?
I have no idea how things are made.
Honey, what about like wine and stuff like that? You want fermentation, yeah, yeast, etc. You don't have to kill it.
I will let her know.
You have to have yeast and things in a refrigerated area.
No refrigerator.
Or not an unrefrigerated
It makes
area.
its own yeast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very
yeah,
cool.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
it's
don't
more
kill
like
it.
a really cool, amazing science experiment.
That's true.
Have you ever done a battle maiden with shield, sword, and armor?
I have. I've done a handful of those. I think most recently, actually, my Dice Dragonlings has. That's one I did for the DragonCon key cards last year. There was a warrior girl that she has a shield and a sword, and she's wearing armor. There's a handful of other ones. Oh, what's the one I did with the girl with the dragon and the little bunny?
I'm trying to remember that. God, that
It's got
one
kind of
is
a rainbow
so
background.
cute. And that was for a D&D character.
Yeah, that was for somebody's D&D character.
That's back when you actually had time to
do people's D&D
That was
character
so
portraits.
cute.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but that's immediately
She has
the
a
one
lovely
that
name.
came to mind.
I can't think
So
of the
cute.
name.
5 minutes to raffle, folks.
Oh, okay.
If
Meeting
you have
with the
not
Frog
joined
General.
the raffle, please join the raffle now. What's that?
Meeting with the Frog General is another one I thought of. She has armor. A walk through the Highlands, you don't know if she has armor because she's got kind of a cloak over her, but she's got a claymore sort of thing going on, kind of Scottish feel to her.
I have a claymore.
I know I've done a few. Yeah. Hey, that's looking nice. I'm gonna start doing some shading on her skin tones now. I've got some of the paint that I mixed in with the gesso to tint it. This itself does not have the gesso in it. This is just the paint I used to mix with the gesso to make the color and background when I was priming the panel here. So these are like little condiment containers that I got at the grocery store, and I just washed them out and reused them. I'm gonna pour some of that. This is the mud for this painting. It is a little bit more blue than I usually would do because I knew I was going to be painting a nighttime painting. Oh,
hey, sweetie.
Me. Yeah, I just got paint all over me. It's nothing new.
You need a paper towel?
I've got one if I want it, but it's an emergency one, so I'm not going to use it.
Well, just let me know.
Okay.
I'm very quick.
I'll have to wash my hands eventually, but... So I'm going to take some of that paint color and mix it in here. Since
Looking good, as Freddie Prinze would say.
Pardon?
Rick's accident said, looking good, as Freddie Prinze would say.
Oh, okay.
I remember Freddie Prinze Jr.
And Freddie Prinze was his father, yeah?
Yes. And I think of,
And he was an actor.
Yes. Was an actor. He died before his time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and he died young. I put a little bit of Naples yellow and a little bit of Titan buff in here. So it's going to be a little bit lighter than the background color it's on here. I'll probably go in and darken some of the areas of her face and add a bit more blue too, because it is a nighttime painting. But since there are so many light sources, it's not going to be very dark painting. For a little bit of a chin here.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Fairy Bell, who's new here,
Oh, welcome.
wants to know what the inspiration for your art is.
Inspiration for my art depends on the painting. It's always an interesting question. I'm not sure what the answer is in general, but this one, again, Matt and I were talking about Luna moths, how we have lots of Luna moths around here, and I thought that would be a fun thing to paint for the pop gallery. One time I was there and I did a live painting, and I also painted a Luna moth, which is interesting. I did Luna Eclipse. Remember that, Maddie?
Yes.
I did that one as a live painting there. As far as the characters that I paint go, they started off a long time ago kind of as being sort of caricatures of myself as a self-portrait and more cartoony looking, and as I've gotten better at painting, they become more realistic. But I still keep the kind of cartoonish proportions with the big expressive eyes and big heads and lots of magical things happening around them.
Tofurkey. Jasmine may not know, but sometimes instead of raffle, exclamation raffle, we type in funny things.
Oh!
Like exclamation
I
waffle,
didn't know that.
exclamation cashew. I just typed in exclamation pain au chocolat.
Oh.
And Ricky just typed in exclamation tofurkey. What brush is that? It makes a scraping noise. Now, April doesn't know about your horrible...
You don't know about my horrible
April
brushes.
is new too, I think.
Probably so.
And April doesn't know about your horrible little brushes that you use. This is a good tip.
I guess it's a tip.
Literally.
I don't know if it's helpful to other people, but I have maybe 3 types, maybe, I guess 4 if you include the one I use for gessoing. 4 types of brushes I use. I use a script liner brush that I keep very nice and pointy. And it's just a size 0
I
script
dropped
liner.
one once,
yes,
and
it was ruined.
And it was ruined.
No, what I do after they get not pointy, I keep them as fuzzy brushes. And I also do number 4 rounds, and I use those for larger areas. But after I've had them for a while, I just keep using them and using them until they're like almost like a sponge on a metal stump. And then I start using it for things like scumbling. Scumbling is when you're kind of dry brushing on something and you're wanting the layer of paint to show through underneath the layer of paint you're putting on top of it. And once I get to that point, that's how I do very soft things like skin tones. A lot of it I'll blend with my fingers. I don't blend wet into wet. I wait until the whole layer is dry, because you can't really blend properly with acrylics unless you want to use mediums and complicated stuff like that. But I'll put a lighter layer on there. I'll scumble it on with one of these fuzzy brushes that really, it doesn't matter how the brush started off, because now it's just a tiny bit of carpet fuzz on a metal stick. So it makes a scrapey noise, which is another reason I like to work on wood, because it won't make a hole in like the paper or the canvas. So if I do it on wood, then I can just kind of grind in there. You hear that? Smoosh it in with my fingers, and it looks very soft. Oh, who's the winner? And this is for the pocket calendar.
Wintree019.
Excellent.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yep.
Wow, we totally just saw her at Disney.
Yeah, I think we met her for the first time.
Yes, she came to our
just the other day.
To my Disney event at Disney Springs last Saturday. Golly, congratulations.
And hopefully she's in the room, but if she's not, because she hasn't chatted for a little bit.
Write down her name at least.
I'm gonna write it down.
In your real notebook.
Yes, it's a real notebook. And I will put the little instructions too.
But all of the brushes I have are mostly Royal Langnickel brand, because they make a golden taklon sort of brush that doesn't use any animal fur in it, and I'm a vegetarian, so I like to get the man-made synthetic brushes. They're not necessarily great brushes, but they are not expensive, and they are made out of plastic instead of squirrels and moles and things.
Oh, I saw she said woohoo. Okay, good.
Yay.
She's in the room. Yay! So just follow those instructions, and
just let us know your address,
and I will try to get that out as soon as I can to you.
Yep. And if you already have one, give it to somebody as a gift at Christmas.
Please do.
Yes.
They make lovely gifts.
Yes.
And they're crazy useful.
Very trim.
Jasmine uses them all the time. You don't want to see them though.
You don't want to look at
in
mine.
horrible notes.
Terrifying.
It won't make any sense to
my handwriting is
maybe
indecipherable even to me. Yeah, it's not good. Other than my autograph, I can do that one pretty good.
Yay! I apologize for interrupting.
That's okay.
I know you were in mid.
No, I'm just talking about brushes. But
hey,
yeah, I buy
the
these.
thing is, you start talking. Jasmine starts talking about brushes. She won't stop because she loves
until somebody cuts me off. But no, I buy them in these big boxes of 144 brushes at a time. I get them direct from the distributor. And even after I've had them, some of these here I've probably had for over 20 years. I like this one here. This one is basically just the metal bit left. It only has a tiny little bit of fiber at the end. So that's what I'll use when I just want to make something very dry and I'm just trying to blend it a little bit. And I want to get something, my finger's too big, but I need a very small area just to kind of drag the paint across to make it a very thin layer. So I don't really throw them away. I use them to stir paint with. I'll use them because I don't want to throw away a bunch of plastic and I use a lot of it. So I will just keep using them until they turn into little scumbling sticks, little smudgy things, or until I use them as paint stirrers and there's no more fiber on it and I just use it to poke holes in things, and I keep them and I use them.
Now, real quick note, everyone, feel free to type in !raffle all you want.
Yes.
But if you did type that in earlier, that does qualify you for all
four raffles. Yep.
Unless I get kicked off for some reason, which never happens.
It's happened like once.
And I will let the room know if I get kicked off.
I'm only worried because our internet has gone out a few times over the past few days.
Because many people
they're putting our
leave
fiber.
the room and they watch the broadcast later.
Yeah.
And realize, is that a cat attack on Jasmine's arm? Oh, Jasmine, do you have a
little owie? That's from Gamera. Yeah.
Oh, ooh, that's a bad one, sweetie.
I know.
Why did she do that?
She's just awful.
Aww.
I've got
Poor
more.
thing.
Yeah.
It looks like a sad face with the little moles.
I've got a lot of moles.
Thing.
Yeah.
Aw.
It's awful. Got me here, and this one's a bruise though. Plonked me with her.
What is the discount code going to be for this week? And I'll also type it in.
Oh yeah. And
so
again,
people that are not hearing any audio.
And this is for what's the magic noise?
We're getting a raid, a party of 2 from Artist Journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the raid.
Thank you very much.
And welcome.
But let me see. It's not this weekend, but it is the subsequent weekend. Yeah. It's after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be starting.
And I forget
is it
what
the
code
23rd or
Why
whatever
wouldn't I know what the code is?
that Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's Thanks 2018.
Yes, it's very
thanks
simple.
Thanks is all in caps. Thanks like Thanksgiving, or thank you, thanks. And 2018, because it is the year 2018, all one word, no spaces,
I'm sure
all
that
caps.
if for some reason you forget,
it will be on the website.
It right on the website.
Yeah, it will be on the website on
any
Black
social
Friday.
media we have.
All my social media. I'll probably send it a mailing.
If you have to, email us, and I will try to get to that email.
And I'll post it on Patreon, Facebook, Instagram, all that.
We might be a little bit slower. Just a warning: we might be a little bit slower for emails that are not order specific.
Yeah.
During that weekend, because we get hit pretty hard.
We are not a big company.
We're not. No, so it's a collection of people.
If we get like 100 emails, we literally have to take 900 minutes to answer all of them. If we get 1,000 emails, it takes 9,000 minutes to do all of them, which takes several days. We are a small company.
Right, we're a handful of people. One person paints and answers emails. The other people fulfill orders and answer emails.
Yeah.
And then one person does web stuff that she also does a lot of other web stuff for other people.
Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of people working for us, but we do our best.
No.
So
yeah, we definitely do our best.
We do our best.
But it will be Thanks 2018. It's like how last year it was Thanks 2017. The year before it was Thanks 2016.
That's just the U.S. No, that is worldwide.
It's worldwide, yeah.
Thanks 2018 will get anyone.
Well, it's strangeling.com is my website. It ships worldwide. We ship to every country.
No,
absolutely.
I think that if I'm...
Now, there is a company called strangelinguk.com that is not me. That is my friend
I see
Paul.
What they're asking. Yes.
He also is going... That is for the UK
He's going
website.
To use that too,
He's using the same code to run the same thing.
Right,
we are not
it's
the same
easier
company,
for everyone.
But it's easier for him just because people get confused.
We don't like to confuse people.
I didn't even know about the Strangeling UK website until I saw it one day, really. So it is not the same thing as me, but I know the guy who runs it.
But we've known him for 10 years.
I've known him for a long time.
Excellent.
He's a super cool guy. He's the one who sets up the booth next to me at Whitby with his partner Allison, and at Glastonbury.
Kieran says it's something when my children bug me to download Twitch so Evangeline and Penelope can watch Jasmine paint on their own.
Aww. Oh, that's lovely.
And that's why we keep it family friendly.
Yes, we do.
Because we know little ones are watching.
Yes, family members too.
Do we have a solid date for the ferrets pin?
No. I won't have a solid date because I don't know when I'm going to get it in the mail.
Husky's asking, and do we put that in before the Patreon code? I think that
you can.
I think that you can just
them.
Put it. Yeah, you can,
in any order.
Certain fields that you just keep adding to it.
So if you are,
I could be wrong, but I think that you can just add a couple.
You can add multiple discounts, and they will stack. So if you are a 10+ Patreon patron and you get the Patreon 10 code, it only works if you log in. So you can't just type in Patreon 10.
So that would give you a full 35% off.
But that will give you 35% off, which
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
It definitely will. That's what it's done every year. So it should do.
And it's
So that is the best time of year to.
So I think you can do it in any order, Husky.
Yep. They just stack. It's like adding two numbers
Paul
together.
is awesome.
Paul is fantastic.
Paul is great.
He's the person who
he does ship worldwide, Kitten.
He does ship worldwide, and he has things that you can only get in England. So that's kind of neat. Because you can't buy those in the United States. You have to get them from somebody in England because they're made in England. So like some of the licensors I work with. But he usually uses the exact same coupon code that strangeling.com does, but it is not the same website. So if you buy something on one on the other, they're not going to come from the same place. It's just two different websites that have the word Strangeling in them.
Yes, Paul has a lot of what would you call them, like domestic items?
I don't know what that means.
Like little boxes that you can sit on and things like that. Ottomans and things like that.
Household goods.
Household goods.
Home decor.
Yes.
Stuff like that.
Which he said was very big in the UK right now.
Yeah, and I might be doing some more licensing for that type of thing soon. There is a company that approached me for doing bedding, like comforters and things. So that might be something that's coming soon.
Fandom Fairy said that they received a lesson on how to pronounce Matthew today.
Matthew?
Oh, they were saying that to Ricky.
Oh, to Ricky. Oh, that's a different Matthew. Yes. And I thought I was talking about Matthew Becket here.
Is it not pronounced the same way?
Is it a hard TH instead of a soft TH?
I don't know.
Probably. Most countries don't do this off TH.
They don't like THs.
Yeah.
It's
a hard thing to say unless you grew up doing it.
Mm-hmm. It definitely
is. It's like the J or the G sort of noise. I remember having German friends who would make me say the word refrigerator and laugh at me.
I usually get a, when they can't do a TH, I usually get an F sound or a CH sound.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I will answer to anything. Matthew is fine, and Matthew is fine.
I just call him Maddie. It's easy.
Maddie is fine. Matt is usually easy for people to say. I'd never seen your Egyptian picture. My all-time fave.
Oh, which one? I've done a few.
Which one did you see,
I wonder if
Fairy-Belle?
Senora, maybe? The one with the kitty cat? Or there's the kind of Cthulhu one, with all the bones, the Princess of Nyarlathotep.
Yeah,
I like
Princess
that one.
of Nyarlathotep.
Or Egyptian Chariot. I've done quite a few, really. I should paint some more, though. I like Egypt.
Yeah, Jasmine loves Egyptology.
I'm into Egyptology. I'm adding a bit more Titan buff, and I'm kind of going on top of the areas I have done previously to make an even lighter tone. And again, I'm still working very much on the underpainting here. This isn't at a point where I'm going to start using colors, but I probably will a bit later on in the broadcast, since I will want some of this to start drying and curing all the way through. I'll probably start working on the background a bit and putting some of the brighter colors in, because once you have a couple of really bright colors that are associated with the light sources, those are going to affect everything else in the painting. So when there's something that has that many directed bright colors and light sources, you want to get that kind of sorted, or I want to get it sorted out early. Yeah.
Can you say hi to Muriel? She can't stay. She just wanted to pop in and say hi.
Hello, Muriel. Did you see the little comic that Brian Cross put up at the Pins group, Maddie?
I didn't.
You have to look for it.
Okay, I'll have to check it out. The Pins group is so dynamic and big, and it's hard for me to keep track of.
It's taken on a life of its own, isn't it? I do my best to pop in there once or twice a day.
I should make a bigger point, too.
You should. There's a lot of fun people up there.
There are a lot of fun people up there.
Oh, and quite a few of them are here on Twitch even, but...
Oh, yeah. We love it that you guys are friends and you guys chat in there, and then you come see us.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, the kitty one. That's
Senora, yes. That has my kitty. Tigrio is a little silver
Fairy-Belle
cat.
always wanted to be an archaeologist.
Oh,
well, you know what the cool thing about having a hobby is? You don't have to clock in.
It's true.
Yeah.
No,
you can just be a hobby archaeologist.
I very much dig archaeology, paleontology, etc., but I don't do it for a living, so I get to do it kind of for fun and read things that I want to read and collect things I want to collect without having to worry about it being a job. Yeah, of course, a lot of people feel that way about artwork. So
a lot of people in the room said that they hadn't received a tracking number.
Yeah.
But it's just stamps.com being wonky. Everybody's been set up.
Yeah. Everybody is automatically, as soon as it ships, you get one from stamps.com. This time of year, a lot of email providers, ISPs, etc., will think stamps.com is a spam bot because it is a mass mailing, and around this year, lots of companies start sending out Black Friday deals, and a lot of emails that are important go to spam or get bounced. And that always happens. It's sent by the post office, the U.S. Post Office, stamps.com. So it is triggered automatically. But a lot of it goes into spam because a lot of people have really tight spam settings. If something is mass mailed and it's coming from something like
if I
the
could
post
devote
office.
the 12 hours to individually send everyone
we can't.
their tracking number, I would.
Yeah, there's no way we could email everybody their tracking numbers,
just,
but they are triggered automatically by stamps.com. If you add them to your verified senders list, that can help.
Right.
Alternately, you can email us and ask for the tracking number. Again, we are a small company, and we will have to find the time to find it and look it up, etc., and we will do our best. We can't do it for absolutely everybody, but we do our best. But it is triggered automatically by stamps.com. You do get an email. It's probably in your spam, or if you change your spam settings, you will get it sent in, and it will not bounce it.
Right. Husky Lover, for example, says that their tracking still says it's in blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
It's deleted the link, but it says that they got their pins today.
Exactly. This time of year, especially with tracking, don't pay attention to your where it says your tracking is.
Right.
It's just not going to be right. The post office is horrible.
I promise there were no hiccups or issues.
No, everybody who's supposed to get one, it's on the way.
Yes,
there's
and
nobody we've left out or forgot.
That
does not happen.
So because we knew Veterans Day.
We did it early. Yes, they're all on their way.
On the ball.
But you will see this in every other package you get probably shipped to you by any other person between now and Christmas. It's going to be awful if you try to look at the tracking number. Right. It's just not going to happen.
Also, Jasmine.
Yep.
Can you give a shout out to Elaine?
Hi, Elaine.
Elaine's currently in surgery
and
a bit drugged up, but let's just give a shout out to Elaine.
Hey, take it easy.
And take it easy.
Yes,
we hope everything goes through
Hope
smoothly.
everything goes very smoothly.
And our thoughts are with you.
Yes. Oh, it's nice that they're tuning in now.
Yes. So I just wanted to address the pin thing real quick.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's good.
Yeah, everybody's We will let you know if it's ever like, oh, your credit card didn't go through. We will let you know. Yep. Otherwise, your pin is going to be shipped. Yep. No questions. That's how it is.
And that happens rarely.
Very rarely do
I'm amazed
we have a problem.
How many people? I mean, it's just. Yeah. I'm amazed how many how streamlined it is.
It is very streamlined, and it has very little margin for error. And if there is ever a problem, we will let you know.
We will fix it.
And you can always turn down your spam settings. Of course, you'll get thousands of other spams, but it's just how it is. Again, mostly around the holidays.
Catch you later, April. You have a good one. We're 85 viewers at 5:16.
5:16. It feels so much later.
It does.
I
love her little hands.
Oh, thank you.
They look like your hands.
Do they? I wonder why. Why do they look like my hands?
She have these little hands.
Often, if I need pose references for paintings, I make Matt take pictures of me or something. So I end up painting my own arms and hands and stuff a lot. Little feet. I'm making her barefoot. She's out at night in the woods. She's not going to wear shoes.
No, she doesn't care, does she?
No.
She's probably just enjoying the moon along with her new little friends.
Yeah.
The one up in the top, is that one kind of got that's like a little profile one
here?
Flying sideways. Am I right?
This one up here. It's on the upper left.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, he's not based off a specific one of these, but again, this is like a still shot of some that were flying that was from a documentary. And he you don't often see them flying, so I kind of had to see how they look. Their little tails go wave.
They're so elegant.
See, that's their body right there, and then the whole rest of it is the little tail part on their wings.
They almost look like jellyfish.
Yeah, doesn't that almost look like it's underwater?
It does.
Like there's a little gorgeous stingray or something. Yeah.
Which is another one of your loves.
Yeah, I love stingrays.
Oh, barefoot in the woods is good. I went barefoot in the woods so many times though that I got what do you call it? Plantar fasciitis.
From the woods? That's from walking on hard ground.
From walking on barefoot.
That's from walking hard ground barefoot.
Yeah, but well,
not the woods.
It's not walking in the woods. It's walking on the
sidewalks.
But through the woods
and floors.
Yes. So I used to walk around barefoot all the time.
I do. You are long enough.
I do it as much as I can though, because I like walking barefoot. Makes me happy. I'm a very amateur painter, says No Angel, but had to do the same painting for my mom. Trying to paint clasped hands is harder than you think.
It is. That's one reason I have, over the years, had so many photos of my hands taken holding things. Usually, I mean, just boring things. I'll hold like a mixing bowl, so I have a pose reference of I'm holding a magic crystal ball or something like that in a painting. Just to have hands from different angles is very helpful. But it does, since I do use my own hands for reference most of the time, my characters do all tend to have the same weird little hands that I have. I always think it's funny when people tell me, you made the hands too small in that painting. I'm like, no, they're exactly the right size. I looked at it. The proportions of your fairies, it would not be. Well, their heads are 10 times too big too. Mine's only about twice times too big.
Thank you so much, Nikki.
Thank you.
Subscribed for 7 months.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Nikki.
Wow, that'll get you through next May.
It will. I'll definitely
that is fantastic.
Still be broadcasting.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Oh, this is looking
I'm
pretty good
gonna show off my cool emojis because I love them.
Here too, so you can kind of see what I'm doing with the hands and feet here. A little hand, got a little foot. gonna work a little bit more on her face, so I'm gonna scoot this a little bit closer over to the camera. This brush is, again, there isn't a whole lot of fuzz left on it, so I'm gonna get one of my slightly less fuzzy but still pretty fuzzy brushes out. This one's pretty fuzzy. This might be a little too fuzzy. I'm gonna give it a shot. Okay.
What, is there a brush that was too fuzzy?
Well, the one I was using, it's not that it was necessarily too fuzzy, it was just kind of, didn't have a lot of fur left on it.
Ah. Eventually it just becomes the metal.
Yeah, and that's when I use them for stir sticks.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, that's I'm so happy that you use them until they're gone.
Well, I do. I mean, some of these I've had almost 20 years probably. Well, I feel bad if I throw them away all the time. I mean, they're plastic and nylon and stuff. I don't think you can recycle them properly. So if I'm trying to be...
Oh, Tigger's looking forward to Cruella.
Oh, yes.
Okay, you guys...
Matt's seen them all,
oh my
but
gosh.
you guys haven't yet.
All I have to say is those Epcot shows are going to be amazing.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting, because I think those are probably 3 of the best paintings I've done for Disney, are the Cinderella, Cruella, and Tiana, especially Tiana. Those are particularly good paintings, and they're all coming out at Epcot for the International Festival of the Arts in January and February at Disney World. And I will definitely let you guys know how they turned out once I can show them to the public. And this will be available at Disney's Wonderground Galleries in California and Florida after the Epcot event debuts them. They'll have them at the Wonderground Galleries and probably at shopdisney.com or wdwstore.com. So they'll be available online for people all over the world to order too.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
What? I'm trying not to laugh when I read this. Read this. What do you use to clean your brushes?
Oh.
Have you ever used one of those electric brush cleaners?
I have not. I have I've got a cup of water. Let's see. This is actually a pretty cool cup of water. You can't tell because it's pretty much wiped away. It glows in the dark. It glows
much
in
like
the dark.
Jack Lantern Fairy.
It is. It's actually from the Wichita Zoo from 1986. I got a glow-in-the-dark cup from the Nocturnal exhibit.
It says Wichita, Kansas on there.
It
oh my
does.
gosh.
1986.
Oh, it's missing a line from where it rests in there. Or where does it rest in the thing anymore? Huh? Yep.
Yeah.
Does it have a little bit missing from it? I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Like around here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Aw.
And it shows different animals. But I got this as a my family and I split one lemonade at the Wichita Zoo. We were rolling in money back then. And I kept the cup from it, and it glows in the dark, and I used it that day to paint with. And this was, I would have been 6 or 7. And I have been using that same cup ever since. Not because it's necessarily good luck, but because I haven't lost it or broken it yet. And I just keep using it every time I paint. And I fill it with tap water, and that's what I use to clean my brushes. I don't have it handy, but when I'm painting live at events, or sometimes when I'm here on Twitch and I don't have to get up and pour out my water, I sometimes have this stuff that's called brush cleaner. I don't know what brand it is. It's probably Liquitex or something like that. And sometimes I'll pour out some of that onto my palette so I can it's kind of like conditioner or something for a brush, and it makes it not leave as much. If I was painting with bright red, I could put a little bit of that, put it in the water, and then put it in white, and it wouldn't turn pink, if that makes sense. So when I do live events, or when I sometimes here on Twitch, I'll do that if I don't have to keep changing colors. I'm not doing colors yet, but I'll use, quote, brush cleaner. I don't really know what it is.
I have no idea.
And I just rinse it in water, and then start painting. But no, I haven't. These brushes, again, these brushes are like $1 each. I know there are people who use very fancy brushes, and they're probably worth it. I just don't usually get them because they're made out of like minks or squirrels or something, but they some brushes cost like $80 each, and I could see wanting to keep a brush like that, but these are just kind of cheapo brushes that they sell at Michael's and Hobby Lobby, or from the distributor if you buy them like I do. So they're not really worth cleaning because I like to turn them into fuzzy brushes, and that won't happen unless I kind of grind them up a bit.
So people are in the room are saying that have met us said that we're awesome to meet. And I'm blushing.
Thank you.
Because I meet us every day.
Aw. Thank you.
Master's brush cleaner. I don't know what
Maybe
that is.
That's what I have. I have something that's called brush cleaner. It's not I think it's in my art cabinet, but it's like, it looks like a clear gel, I have some that's kind of dried up at the bottom of my palette. I don't know if you can see it. But I think I was using it last Twitch because I was using bright colors. And like I said, I'll kind of mix it around like you'd put soap on something, put it in the water, mix it around, put it in the water.
Jasmine,
yeah.
We have a question about symmetry.
Okay.
In your wings, how do you get those wings symmetrical?
They're not really. They might look symmetrical, but they really aren't.
So you're eyeballing it?
Yeah, if you look at like this little guy, they might look, if you were to put him in the mirror, you'd probably see one is way bigger and wonkier than the other. These ones are closer. This one here, I kind of did a plus sign across, and then I was looking at a picture when I did it, but even in real life, like if you look at him, here's the one I was looking at, it's a little bit smaller. You can see like the wing on the right's a little bit bigger and the one on the left's got different spots on it. And in nature, things usually aren't perfectly symmetrical, but if you paint them and they look balanced to the eye, if you're doing an art piece, it will look harmonious to the eyeball, even if it is not perfectly symmetrical. Something like this here, though, this is a photo of one of the outsides of a blue morpha butterfly. I've got one over here that I'm basing the outfit off of. Of course, I don't want her to be wearing the wings. It's kind of made to look like it's got clothing on it, and I'm just kind of basing it off these wings here.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
The people in the room are saying that we're awesome to hang out with, and that we're the most friendliest people ever.
Aw.
And that we're awesome, and they've met us 5 to 6 times.
Oh, for
and every
heaven's
time
sake.
they meet us,
These are our friends
feel
then.
home.
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you. Back at you.
Aw. Well, they see us when we're out and being social as opposed to when I'm just sitting by myself for 30 hours painting.
Well, I mean,
probably more friendly.
The thing is, it's great to see you guys. We know
it
you
is. And a lot of you travel a long ways or go through a lot to come say hi to us.
Right, you take the effort to come out and see us.
Incredibly nice. Thank you.
It means a lot. Oh, Shaylee says she does the eyeballing thing too.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the follow, Zine.
One thing too, I think I talked about last Twitch, when I am usually laying out things, like when I'm doing the sketch phase more, I will take my painting and hold it in front of a mirror, and you can tell if something looks not right when you put it in the mirror, and you're like, oh wow, one of her eyes is like way off. You can redraw it, then hold it up to a mirror, or even hold it upside down if you're wanting to see how balanced it looked like as a piece of art. It will look good from any angle, and putting it in a mirror is a big help. If you don't have a mirror, you could always take a picture of it, put it on your phone, and do the flippy horizontally thing if you have that like in your photo on your phone. And that is basically like looking at it through a mirror. But yeah,
Works for me.
If you I sometimes block something out in a rectangle first or in a circle, and then if you cut it into pieces, you can see if it's bleeding over into more pieces of the pie than it should be. There's a lot of little tricks you can do like that. They don't really take a lot of time, and the more you do them, the more you can eyeball it when you're just sketching. If it's ever something that has to really be symmetrical, like if it's a logo for a company or some sort of piece of jewelry that's in a commission that has to be exactly like the actual piece of jewelry or a dollar design or something, I will take a piece of transfer paper and use that to trace over it. But for the most part, I don't have to make things that are very geometrically exact.
Jasmine.
Most of my things are very organic looking. Yeah.
Shaylee says that's a great tip, and she'll try that.
Yay!
Oh, bye, Fairy Bell.
Bye-bye.
Have a great night, too.
Now this layer is almost pure Titan buff with a bit of Payne's gray, which is almost blue. Since I'm thinking the background is going to have a blue moon sort of light coming there, the parts of her arms that are exposed to that are going to be kind of a blue-white. Since I'm probably going to make her kind of fair skin like me, she's going to be like a silvery moon spirit fairy.
Everything will be all pale.
Yeah.
Like the moon.
Well, that way she'll stand, since it will be a darker painting and it will be kind of in the forest at nighttime, and I want her moons to glow, I want the little moths to glow, and I want the moon to be a very direct light source. Then if I make her kind of fair skin with silvery hair, that might make her pop out a bit. So she won't look like she's hiding in the woods to jump out at somebody. She'll look like she's kind of a magic thing that is supposed to be seen.
So people are saying cashew time or kitty time.
Oh, I don't know.
I said they gotta vote. If you guys want to see the kitty or you want to see cashew, the first one that gets 5. I don't know.
See if I get food or see if I get bitten.
I would guess that you probably want to see the kitties because you just hear me munching cashews.
Yeah, it's kind of noisy, really.
I voted and I got a sticker to prove it. I still need to do that. The I voted thing.
Oh, okay.
So we got a kitty, a cashew, both. Well, both it neutralizes it.
But they cancel each other out?
Man's got to eat cashew. Oh, people are saying cashew. Okay.
Maybe we look hungry.
Oh, yeah.
You sound hungry, Maddie.
You look hungry. Kitty made out of cashews. Oh, you're getting weird.
Oh, that's it.
That is just bizarre.
I had a turtle made out of pecans once.
Oh, those are so good.
I know, right?
Are you talking about chocolate turtle?
Yeah, one that actually kind of looked like a turtle, though. It had a little arms and legs made of pecans. That's why turtles are called turtles, right? Like pecan, cashew, yeah, caramels. Well, I had one that was supposed to be a turtle, I think.
How many cashews would you like?
4.
4. I'll give you a nice one.
Okay, thank you.
Only the choicest cashews.
All right. Oh.
I'm holding cashews in both hands and trying to...
Well, honey, you can just put the lid on the counter. The cats aren't going to eat the cashews.
No cashews for the kitties.
No cashews for you, kitties.
They don't want them.
I know you're not supposed to feed your cats on the Twitch creative channel for some reason. True.
Creative cat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like our little game. What's that game called?
Cranium.
Cranium. That's
The
fun.
travel cranium.
The travel cranium is a lot of fun.
Also over here, so I'm not noisy. Sorry.
I need to find that one again. That. It's been a while since I've seen it.
It's right there.
Oh, okay. Good job.
It's right above my jacket, my army jacket.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jasmine knows where the games are. Then kitty time. Oh, come on, guys.
All right. You know what? I kind of need bathroom time really quick. I could grab a kitty on the way back.
Grab a kitty on the way back.
I might even get Sunshine.
Try to get Sunshine. She's
I'll
less
be right back.
evil.
I don't know. Pretty naughty. I need some more.
Ooh, the triple goddess. Oh, I see. She's referring to the moons. I think. Wolf elves. Wolf elves love cashews. They collect them in the forest. Anyone know of a good home remedy for a Florida brown wasp sting? Wow, Ren Girl, really? You came to the room to ask that? Gosh, I don't know. I've heard all sorts of things. I've heard grinding up aspirin and like putting it in water and putting peanut butter. And I don't know. I'm not sure. How bad is it? Honey. Put honey on it. I've heard gosh, just Noxzema, baking soda, I've heard that. I don't know how to help you, I'm sorry. Yeah, baking soda paste might be good. I may draw out whatever. So, are you in pain? Is it for you? Apple cider vinegar. I think apple cider vinegar cures everything. Tea. Like tea tree? Thyme. Thyme helps. Tobacco. Now, how do you do that? So, if I get a wasp sting, I'm going to go to the grocery store and buy a cigar and just smoke the cigar. When I get stung at work, swearing usually... Oh, yes. Swearing is a very, very good cure. I use chewed up plantain from the yard. Well, you have to have a yard that has plantains in it. I think apple cider vinegar does cure everything. It totally does. my gosh, I just noticed the cute little feet in the painting. Please tell Jasmine when she is back that they are adorable. Aww. Tea tree oil might work. We're trying to find a cure for a wasp sting, sweetie. Just try to relieve the pain. Yeah. And people are saying apple cider vinegar. Amputation. That's a bit of an extreme measure.
What, amputating the wasp?
I don't know.
Got a painting with some wasps in it I'll be working on soon.
Aw, do you have a sunshine?
Sunshine was asleep. She's my tiniest kitty. She's more of a ferret, really. She's a little pine weasel, aren't you? You are? My baby. She was asleep, so she doesn't know what the heck's going on now. She's purring, though. She's very small. She only weighs like 4 pounds or something. She never got big. Oh, you want to go up? Ow. Oh, there we go.
She never did get big. She's
you
just a kitten of a
I'll
thing.
be right back.
Aw.
You want to sit up there, Sunshine? Remember? Broadcast.
Yes. The kitten says, Mama, what are you making me do? She's about the size of Toffee. That's your kitty, and she's 8. Yeah, Sunshine's not too far behind that.
We captured her right when we're going to go see Brave and whatever year that was. Or 9 months old. Just rinsed it off in the sink, but she funny kicked me. Look, I got more wounds. There you go. There's a new one. Ooh. Oh, she got me there too. Man, Sunshine just now. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
She's not even camera. This is why I've got wounds all over me.
Our kitties are awful.
I rinsed it out though, so hopefully I won't need to get amputated or anything.
Yeah, kitty cat scratches make me itch.
Yeah, I usually will break out around there now.
Yeah, I think we should put some tea tree oil on it.
Tea tree oil.
Yeah, I know that the wasp discussion is in the room, but what do you do for cat scratches? Kitten says, I call them marks of love.
Yeah, I've got a lot of those.
Jasmine is well loved.
I am very well loved.
Oh wow, no more kitty time.
No, that's okay.
And she's the nicest of the kitties.
She is the nicest of the kitties. Again, all of our cats are wild cats that we have trapped and socialized as indoor cats. So some of them are feral. Let's see, try not to get any blood on the painting. Not really that sort of artist.
Kelly Sarah has 2 kitties. One is 16 and the other one's 17.
Oh, wow.
Wow, did they have like little walkers?
Aww. Kitties don't really change that much after they hit a certain age.
I've noticed when cats get old, they climb up to the highest point and just kind of go.
That's like Buttercup, my grandma's cat. She got to be like around 20 and she'd like sit on top of the shed and just kind of hiss at everybody.
Triple antibiotic creams and Benadryl. I don't itch that much.
No, I don't. I don't really take medicine much. I'm more likely to go the tea tree oil route.
Yeah, we just accept the wounds.
We just take the wounds and
we just
you try to eat vitamins
off in the sink, and then we're
that's
fine.
what I just did. I just washed it in the
that's
sink.
the best we do here. Rum.
Water cures.
Rum is good, but I don't like to put rum on the skin.
I think they mean you drink rum and then you don't care about your cat.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I don't think we have any rum.
Our little one can't meow. Aw, that's sweet.
Oh, that's like my mama
kitties
wolf.
can't meow, it's cute.
My
There's
mama
something cute
wolf
about
was
that.
like that.
I like it when they try to meow, but they can't.
Yeah, she'd open her mouth, and didn't really make any noise. I've done a little bit of shading. I don't really want to do a whole lot more of shading onto her skin until I know where the darker parts of her is going to be, and I'm going to figure that out after I work a little bit on the background and start adding color. Because a lot of what's going to make her look more three-dimensional is going to be things like reflected light off of secondary sources, so I'm going to have to start working on my primary light sources before I get to that point. I might move this around. Sorry if that's loud. There's masking tape on the back of this. There's a whole bunch of masking tape. That's how I stick my panel onto my easel here. Or this is actually my drafting table. My easel is on the... Oh, gosh, I'm bleeding. My easel's on the other side of the room, and I'll probably...
need to take a break?
Yeah, I'm just gonna... Well,
go ahead, sweet. If you need to take a little break.
Nice and painting water. Okay.
Let me get... Jasmine hates Band-Aids, by the way. I cannot get her to wear a Band-Aid.
I can't paint when I have a Band-Aid on my hands.
You gotta hold it there for a little bit, sweetie.
Which one? I've
I
got
don't
like
know which...
5. Look at this. This is horrible. I was at school, they'd ask me if I had problems at home.
So yes, a very small imp attacks me with needles at night.
They basically do.
Did the custom piece from last time get finished / shown?
Not yet.
No, actually, Jasmine is still working on this.
I am.
And we'll probably show those off, at least a
I'll
picture
show
of them.
next Twitch
Yes.
for sure. Yeah, I'll probably be finishing off the 2 of those. One of them's Christmassy too, and the other one's a mermaid. They didn't want a spine or a cookie. They wanted a mermaid, and that's fine. But I'll show those off probably next Wednesday. I'll show
No
you
spine
how they
cookies
turn
for
out.
us.
No spine cookies, no. Okay. Oh.
You're allergic to the glue on the Band-Aid.
Oh, the adhesive that's
Gee
on
whiz.
it? Oh, man. Well, that'd be very unpleasant to get on something like a wound.
Well, I've cut
to...
myself before, and I didn't have anything around, so I just used a paper towel and masking tape.
I just used a paper towel now, but maybe this still bleeding. Oh well.
I was doing that because blood was pouring out, and I needed to keep doing what I was doing.
We used to do that with cotton balls and duct tape when I was little. My dad would always get cotton balls and duct tape.
Yeah, I think that where we grew up, you just kind of, if you get hurt, you keep going.
People just had more kids and expected half of them to die off.
Yeah, that's okay. Some of us died of the consumption.
Yeah.
And
tuberculosis.
Whatever.
Scarlet fever. I had
Wilder
scarlet fever. Yeah.
died of.
I died. I had a lot of 18th century illnesses.
Yes, Jasmine had scarlet fever when she was little.
Yeah.
Now, what does that look like, Jasmine?
Your face turns bright red. There's a picture my dad has of me and my 2 sisters all got it at the same time.
Scarlet fever.
Yep. I had whooping cough.
When will Jasmine do mini paintings again? Maybe I won't miss out again.
You know, I'm actually I will. Let me think. I'm probably finishing off those ones I started last time. I'm probably finishing them on Saturday or Sunday. So by next Wednesday, which will be our next Twitch broadcast, I'll do at least one. How's that? I'll do.
Works for me.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, sure.
Maybe 2. I'll see what else I'm working on. I'll see how far I am on this painting because I need to make sure I finish this one early because this is going to be the December 22nd.
And that'll be Wednesday,
exclusive.
guys.
Yeah. Yeah,
not Thursday because
Wednesday.
Thursday will
Thursday's
be
Thanksgiving.
Thursday's Thanksgiving.
So.
We need to take it off.
Yeah, that's like the only day we take off.
Kelly Sarah says she has to use kitchen roll and tape in work because I couldn't find a plaster.
See, there
I work
you go.
for an ambulance company.
That's a very British sentence.
I was going to say kitchen roll and plaster
kitchen
are
roll and plaster,
are not terms we'd use in the U.S., but since Jasmine
we
spends
are
so much
transatlantic.
Time, yes, we would kitchen rolls. We would call that paper towel.
Towels, which is equally
and plaster
silly.
we would call Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Or bandage.
Yeah, bandage really is something else. Band-Aids are adhesive Band-Aids or bandages. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's funny that Band-Aid is
actually
around the house we
brand
use
name.
British and English terms
We
interchangeably.
do both, yes, and I spell things both, and so I'm always wrong. It doesn't matter.
Yes, and I immediately tried to find out. For example, someone said we pronounce Yorkshire correctly. Jasmine and I tried to find out what the pronunciation for British cities and stuff
are. I do that when I go anywhere. I don't
it's
want
true.
to. I want to make sure I call it by what people who live there call it.
Right. When we're in Paris and we're talking to someone who's from Paris, we would say Paris.
Sure, like Munich. You say München. You don't say
München.
Munich at people.
Yeah.
If they are German. It's like, who are you saying
And
it
it's
for?
fun. It's part of traveling. It's like, hey, I feel like I'm, and maybe they'll appreciate it. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's neat, Jasmine.
Thank you. This is me loosely determining it. I know it probably looks like a sunbeam. I'm just kind of drawing diagonal lines from the upper left-hand corner, but it's really going to be moonbeams. So I'm not putting any color in it yet, but this way I know that things that are going to be caught in this kind of ray of moonlight are going to be lighter, and that will give me an idea that, hey, that's where my light source is going to be from the upper left. Like I said, I want that one to be blue. And with the little moons here, I want this to be that's going to be a cool light kind of behind her. And when I do a really color dynamic piece, I like there to be a lot of contrast between warm colors and cool colors. So she'll have cool colors coming from behind her. Then if I do the little triple goddess moon symbol thing here, I might do that with a warmer tone. So when you see things like the moths that are at the front, they're going to be hit from the back with a blue cool tone from the moon, and then hit from the lower right-hand side, or lower left if you're looking at this,
Jasmine,
with a warm color. Yeah.
Saturn Mom says it looks very, very gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, this here, I just have a bunch of water, a bit of white mixed with Titan Buff, and a tiny bit of Payne's Gray, which is making it a tiny bit blue. If it was a sunshine sort of painting in the daytime, I would probably put a bit of red and yellow in it, just for my own reference to say, hey, that's going to be warm colors because it's the sunshine. Speaking of, sunshine is sitting at my easel, my big easel, right in my
About
chair.
15 minutes till raffle. So if you haven't joined the raffle, type in raffle.
And this will be for the big wall calendar I showed earlier, I think. Yeah. Okay, so
yes, this will be for the awesome wall calendar that you can turn into prints.
You can turn it into 12 prints. Yeah.
Yes,
totally.
you could
frame them all.
Yep, frame them all.
They're very nicely printed. Need some more white paint, and I'm almost out of white paint. Well, when I say out, I mean this bottle. I have many backups.
Hey, Unicorn Disney, how's it going?
Hi there.
How are you doing today? Hey, Tink, how's it going, Tink? Layla says I have to be careful if I cut myself due to the medications I'm on.
Oh,
okay,
does it stop your blood from coagulating?
Gosh, I know some medications are like that.
Yeah.
Be very careful then, Layla.
Like, well, get hemophilia for a little bit. I'm taking my brush right now and actually scooping out the paint from the tube of paint here. Because before I throw it away, I want to make sure I get all the paint out of it.
Jasmine,
yeah.
Here's an FAQ for you. Have you ever had a picture that you felt sad to let go because you loved it so much?
Actually, yeah, there have been several that are like that. I do end up selling them, since that is my job and I've got employees to pay and stuff like that. I do sell pretty much everything I do paint, but since I have things like printers and canvas clays and everything at my disposal, if there's something I ever really, really like a lot and I want to keep it with me, I just make myself a print of it and then I sell the original. Outside of a few things, like I've done paintings for my mom for Mother's Day or something for Matt or things like that, I'll keep within her. Oh, Rio's out, Maddie.
Epicnicity says, are you planning on doing any cons soon? What's our next con? We have events, but con-wise...
We have a lot of events coming up. As far as conventions go, we've got Planet Comic-Con, which is at the end of March. Planet Comic-Con and Spectrum Fantastic Art have combined forces in Kansas City to make one big event. So at Bartle Hall, the very last weekend of March is going to be Planet Comic-Con / Spectrum Fantastic Art. So it's basically like a Comic-Con sort of thing, but it will have a amazing art show because they will have all the Spectrum people there with their booths in the art department. So that should be pretty neat. I think that might be the next actual con convention as far as Comic-Con type things go. And I have many other shows before then. A lot of them are at Disney. Of course, the Epcot International Festival of the Arts.
As soon as we have those dates, we'll give them to you guys.
Yeah, as soon as I have the dates, I'll give them to you guys. It's from the middle part of January through the middle part of February.
Yes.
Roughly.
Do you imagine, if you could guess, would they be more weekendy or during the week? Or
they're going to be weekends for the most part.
Mostly weekends?
Mostly weekends. I know for a fact that the Pop Gallery tents only are having the guest artists are only on weekends. Only Fridays through Monday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday if it's a holiday. Okay. Because Martin Luther King Day is around there, President's Day is around there, and so those they might have dates on those.
Now, if I recall correctly, whether or not you are there, your artwork will be.
My artwork is there, and I have two tents.
A month and a half.
Yes, I have two tents at Epcot. One is the Wonderground Art Gallery tent, which is my Disney character art. So if it has like Maleficent and Cruella de Vil and stuff like that, that will be at the Wonderground Disney tent. Then my personal artwork is going to be over at the Pop Gallery tent. So my non-Disney artwork, things like this, they'll probably have her there because she'll be a Pop Gallery exclusive, will be over at the Pop Gallery tent. In past years, sometimes they've been caddy corner, like if you're sitting at one tent, you can kind of wave at the other tent, so it's not really far. You could buy something at one, bring it right over to the other tent if I'm there that night, and then some nights I'll be at the other one.
Well, people are hoping we'll be at MegaCon.
Oh yeah, we will be at MegaCon. I think we're doing a 30-foot booth again. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we're doing a 30-foot booth again, like we did this year at MegaCon, which is here in Orlando, and that is Memorial Day weekend.
And Planet Comic Con tickets went on sale today, says Husky.
Oh, did
Lover.
they really? See, I should stay on top of that sort of thing, man.
It's too, sweetie, don't.
It's
too hard.
It's too hard to keep track of everything.
It is.
Okay.
That's for the fans. They can keep track of that.
That's for Amber and Chris to keep track of.
Yes, yeah. Exactly.
Now, my sister Amber and her husband Chris, who work for us, live in Kansas City, so they are going to be providing the bulk of the prints and canvases and all that good stuff while I'm there. And then I'll be there in person probably, I'm guessing a couple hours each of those 3, is it 3 days or 4 days?
Well, I don't remember.
I forget if it's 3 days or 4 days, because I haven't done that one before. I've done it when it was Spectrum, and it was also at Bartle Hall, but I haven't been there since it was Planet Comic Con, and it's the first time they've combined. So I'm not really sure. But it's the last weekend in March, whatever it is.
MegaCon is moved this year.
Moved
what do you mean
where?
by that, Nintendo guy? Is it not Memorial Day?
It's not Memorial Day?
I'm asking.
Oh. Okay.
I'll
This is how rumors get started.
If they moved...
Well, they moved it. I mean, it used to be in February, anywhere from January to April.
16th through the 19th.
16th and 19th of what? Of May?
Of May.
Really? Have they told us that?
I think so.
What about in the thing that we that you could pre-book for the next year? Does it say it on their website?
I'm not sure. I will check later. I'll write a note too.
Yeah.
Because,
well, maybe somebody else knows. Like, did he see that on a website somewhere? Or?
I don't know.
No, the person, honey, I'm asking the people in the room, not you. Did they see it on a website somewhere? How did they know it moved? Is it somebody who works at MegaCon?
It's on the website.
On the MegaCon website? Okay.
That's what they're saying.
Well, heck, they didn't say that when they booked us for this year. Maybe I won't be at MegaCon. Let's see. Now, conventions like that, when they do change things significantly, make it really hard for people.
They did that once and we had to miss it.
They did. We had to miss a year one time because they changed the date by months, and I was already going to be in a different continent then, so there's no way I could physically be there. So hopefully it won't be too far off, because usually I go there and we have a big booth and we bring all the pins, for heaven's sake, MegaCon. You don't want to lose people because of the pins, but we'll see.
Yeah, Memorial Day is Monday, May 27th.
Okay, huh.
So that's what we're expecting, and that's what they had said at the time.
Well, we're going to be in England, honey. Possibly in Berlin also, then.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, we're finding out ahead of time.
Well, is that why Gurmeet hasn't written back to you?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
The mystery deepens. Well, we'll definitely let all of you guys know before.
Thank you for letting us know. We have
you'd think MegaCon would tell us, but
yeah.
Although I wouldn't. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Danessa says, when I went to meet Jasmine, I was so giddy I actually shrieked when I saw them on the Disney Spring signing. Hope you get to meet them too. It was a great day. I was flying in the clouds when I left.
Oh, thank you. I'm taking some of the same color that I put up in the upper left-hand corner when I'm making these kind of rays of light around the little moons, the triple moons here on her chest that are on her outfit. So that will probably, when I start painting over it and adding color and shading, it will look like they are glowing a bit.
That is gorgeous.
Using a lot of water and kind of smooshing it around here. So I'm kind of smooshing around my apron, and then I'm putting it on my palette, and then I'm putting it on the panel. I put a little bit of Naples yellow in it too to make a reminder to myself that I want these moons to be warm in tone as opposed to the cool tones that are up there that have a bit of blue. I don't know how well the very subtle color variations are being picked up by my little cameras here, but that's what I'm doing, just as like shorthand to my future self to say, hey Jasmine, remember, you want to make this warm, you want to make that cool, you want to make sure that this moth's wing is in front of that moon, not before it, etc.
That is just wow. Okay, this painting is You've just started it.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's already glowing.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know how you do that.
I think I just described it, didn't I?
Well, yeah, but it's still, I don't, you can describe it a million times. It doesn't matter.
Thank you.
I guess it's going to be all Luna-y anyway.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah. And again, if you look here, you can see it looks like there's almost a line. I'll flip this up real quick and show you. Put some of my thought processes in here. If you look, you can see there's like a line where it gets darker gray through the wing of the moth to where her shoulder is here, because her arm is going to be blocking off any sort of light behind this moth that's coming through. It's like if you have a piece of a green leaf or something, you're holding the sun, you put your finger over it, you can see your finger blocking out part of it. That's pretty much the same thing you get with a sort of moth or green butterfly like that.
I can hear the artist taking notes.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Scribble, scribble.
And there aren't any rules to this sort of thing. It's just having looked at a lot of stuff in real life as a person and paid attention to colors when you're walking around in the woods and seeing how things look at different times of the year when there are different lights on it. And these little moths, let's see, where's my picture again? When I look at my little picture of this moth that I have here, I can see they're very furry. They have kind of it almost looks like a little mouse or something in the middle, Luna moths. They have very soft little furry body. It's made of many tiny little fine silver hairs. They're very, very cute looking. They look like a little felted stuffed animal. They're adorable. And they have little antennae, I can see in there, they're actually quite fat looking. They have fat, fuzzy, sort of comb-like antennae, which is a way that you can tell moths and butterflies apart.
Really?
Butterflies have skinny little antennae that look like a piece of wire, like a TV antennae back when people had that sort of thing. And moths have little furry, fluffy-looking comb-type things.
Yeah, that have a bunch of little tendrils.
Yeah, it's like a little fern, some sort of little fractal thing
fern
that's
is
coming
a
off
good
the front of their
description.
face.
Like that.
As opposed to this one, again, this is actually a blue morpho butterfly, Maddie. Like, one right there, but it's what the other side of his wings look like. You know, I might try to pick that up, because it's worth looking at.
This is I believe, a 12 by 16 inch painting.
12 by 16, the original is, So if you look at a blue morpho butterfly, I love them. I have many of them, and they're probably one of the most common butterflies I paint. They're very iridescent. This little fellow in Costa Rica. But on the back sides of them, this is framed in glass on both sides so you can see what he looks like. If you look at the back of him, he's got the kind of false owl eyes, but he doesn't just have two owl eyes like this one here, which is a different type of blue morpho. There's like 8 different types of them. It just has the one eyes. This one kind of went crazy, and he's got a whole bunch of eyes. I don't know why he's got so many eyes, but he's lovely. And this is the actual real butterfly here that I got in Costa Rica, and he's mounted here in the glass. And then on the other side, so when he folds up, he turns into, looks like a dead leaf almost, with an owl sticking out of it. And then the other side, he's this beautiful iridescent blue. So I'm making her outfit kind of look like that sort of, the brownish sort of gray color that's on the other type of blue morpho that this photo is from.
Oh,
they even have
Danessa's gonna
tiny
get a
little
foot of
blue
snow.
morphos there. What's that?
Danessa's gonna get a foot of snow.
Oh my gosh.
Dang.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are getting
Have fun
snow
at
right
Pottery
now.
Kittens.
Oh.
Kitten.
One of our pottery class people.
Queen Tree said it was like meeting Lady Gaga.
You know, I've actually seen her before, but I have not met her. I just happened to run into her in France. Remember that, man?
Yes, we were
at the Louvre in
wasn't
Paris.
even
It was outside
surrounded by many
no,
people. We just
somebody
kind of
was
saw
like
her.
doing her makeup, and she was there right by the Louvre. And I was
Yep.
like, oh,
They're like,
Lady
hey,
Gaga.
hi, Lady Gaga.
Hey, I've got to go to the Louvre now.
So that was a weird experience.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Ooh, it's gonna get down to 20, and well,
Wow.
it's gonna get down to 50 here in
It's getting
Florida.
to 50
and
in
it's
Florida.
chilly for us.
That is chilly for us, especially for people like me who just don't pay attention to the temperature and leave the windows open all the time.
Shayla used to look over these butterflies when she volunteered at the zoo.
Oh.
They used to sit on her legs, and as she wore leggings, they were tiger striped, and it looked like bark. Aw.
Aw, that's adorable. I think blue morphos are a very common butterfly to keep in captivity at things like butterfly exhibits and butterfly houses, and they're very beautiful to see in real life. When we were in Costa Rica, we saw many types of them, very tiny ones, very big ones. Sometimes you'd find a little piece of the wing on the ground, and it just looks like a little piece of magic from a video game that just shoved in there around the nature.
5:59. We're 1 minute to raffle
1 minute
at 89
to
viewers.
This is for the big
92 viewers. It just
the
bumped
big
up.
Calendar, yeah.
Yes. I'll
quick
double check.
in
Yes,
case
it is
anybody's
for the
just
wall
joining us.
calendar.
It's for the wall calendar, and if you don't win one of these, we will be giving some more away over the next few weeks probably, because I want to do it before 2019. Or you can go to calendars.com, go to amazon.com, go to brushdance.com, search Strangeling Calendar on google.com, and you will find many bookstores.
And these calendars are good. You can also, there's plenty of spots to write in things.
Oh yeah,
if you want to say, hey, I'm going to the doctor's office on Tuesday.
Regular calendar. It's and it's at Barnes and Noble and places like that. If you don't see it at your local Barnes and Noble or Chapters or whatever, you can ask them at the desk and they can order it in for you. It's from a company called Brush Dance. Or at Foyles in England, they stock them. At Waterstones, if you're in England.
Jasmine, stop it.
I'm sorry.
You're making me pine for...
Maddie likes bookstores.
Pine for my London.
I still love that they chose this one for December. I'm really not sure why, but this is December.
All right.
Isn't that wonderful?
Laguerre.
Oh, I think they are a Patreon person of ours.
Yes, I think they joined 2 months ago.
Yeah, I know them up from the pin group too.
And
well, congratulations.
Did Mubot?
Did it announce who won it, or?
Oh yes,
did it? Okay.
Yep.
Yay.
Yeah, one time it didn't work. But
anyways, isn't it funny, Maddie, that this one's December?
Yeah.
Is it because she's got a red dress?
I don't know.
It looks kind of wintry behind her.
Starknock.
I was gonna say it's got a lot of skeletons.
Yeah,
in it. That's fine. It's my December.
I will put the instructions in the room, and hopefully she's there.
If not, I think I know how to contact her on Patreon. So
yeah, I'll
we
take
always
care of it,
contact
sweetie.
Everybody somehow. We've never had anybody we have not been able to.
Sometimes it's a week or two.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we get to them eventually.
But we do our best. That's all I can say.
We're smart. We find them.
We find you. We have our ways.
We got our ways.
Well, Twitch doesn't like tell us what your real name is or your email address or anything, so we have to kind of say, "Oh, I bet that's."
Well, sometimes they're new and I have no idea who they are.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hopefully they'll write back to us. Yeah. I can already tell I want to put some of the brightest interplay in color is going to be up here on the wing of this little moth.
This person, I believe, is from Canada, so they're probably chilly right now.
So, yeah, I bet it's cold up there. I'm taking a bit of pure white and mixing it with Titan Buff. So I've got titanium white, Titan Buff, mixing them together. And I'm putting that on this upper, to the viewer side, it's the upper left-hand wing of this Luna moth. And that will be getting a little kicker on the sides from this little slant of light that's coming in. Now, before I do any more shading, I think I'm going to start messing around with color a little bit, just so I get the idea of where the blues are going to be, where the reddish purples are going to be, and where the neutrals are going to be. Once I get that figured out, I can start doing things like deciding, hey, this wing is going to be brighter than that wing's going to be brighter than that wing. Maybe your hair, if it's silver, it's going to be reflexive of the things around it, so that will have to do with what colors are around it before I can even start painting her hair. Her outfit won't change a whole lot from the color it is now, really, since it is neutral. It's going to be, again, based off of the backside of the blue Morpho butterfly that's behind me. So I don't have to worry about that. Neutrals I can leave to last, because something that is a matte finish, like a soft fuzzy butterfly wing that is a neutral color, is not going to reflect a lot of the colors around it. It's kind of going to absorb the light, depending where that is, or have a shadow if it's in the shadow area. But if there's a bright pink light next to it, it's not going to change that much, as opposed to something that is a bright glowing green sort of thing, or a flesh tone, a skin under part of a chin of human skin is going to be a lot more reflective.
Bloody Michael Myers is here.
Oh really?
Hey
He's
Bloody.
Famous, yeah. Yeah.
I feel so funny saying hey Bloody.
Hey Bloody.
Did you see the latest film? I'm curious. I did not hear any reviews about it, but I was wondering if it was good or not.
Gosh,
or if you had a review for us. What's that, sweetie?
I've been in the movies forever, I said.
No, you know what we need to go see is we need to go see the latest Harry Potter.
Oh, yeah, the Fantastic Beasts.
Yeah, I call it Harry Potter, but you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
Yes.
I've seen
Everybody
Harry
calls
Potter.
it Harry Potter.
Okay. I don't know what everybody says. I only know what you say because I only talk to people.
No, I'm sure that. Well, I don't even talk to everybody, but they all call it the Harry Potter because it's
That's
the
what all
Harry
the
Potter
kids
world.
are calling it. Okay.
That's what all the cool kids call it.
Anyways, I've got turquoise. I've got phthalo turquoise. So I'm going to start shaking that up, and I'm going to use that as a kind of bluish green color. Even though I'm going to want a more violet blue for the background eventually, I'm going to start in with a blue-green because I'm also going to be tying in the little green moths. So even though the background's going to be more purple-blue and they're going to be very greenish-yellow, I'm using a middle tone that is going to be blue still, but it's going to tie those two together as a kind of binding layer. I'm going to use a lot of water at this phase, so if I don't like it, I can wipe it away, or it'll be very thin. I can dry it with my hairdryer and paint right on top of it. Clean my brush a little bit. Since I did have white on my brush, I'm using a little bit of brush cleaner, putting it in the water, wiping it off on my apron, sticking it in my mouth, brushing again, and now I'll use a little bit of the phthalo turquoise. This will be the first color I'm really adding onto this painting. Might look like it's a little bright at first, but since it will have many colors or many layers of color on top of it, it will not look as bright as it probably looks now. And you can probably see how I'm going over the layers here, the white layers underneath it. That is still showing up. It might be shiny at first because it has a lot of water in it here. I'm actually using my finger to kind of chase the water around so it turns into a proper glaze instead of just kind of sitting there.
Jasmine,
yeah.
Are we still going to Berlin?
We might go to Berlin. I don't know yet.
Ricky wants to know.
It depends on what's happening with MegaCon. Yes. That's the first I've heard about MegaCon being that weekend.
Twitch.
So
you're gonna see.
Yeah. Again, that's why I haven't put up my event dates for next year yet, because there's a lot of ambiguity, and a lot of times big companies like MegaCon don't tell people when the show's going to be for a while, which makes it very difficult for us to plan.
Yeah. So.
And we live here. We live here in Orlando. We have
at
a
least
house.
It's a far time out.
Here.
At least it's a far time out. So.
It is. Now, to be fair, if I am going to Berlin, it would be the weekend after Tintagel, I believe. And
you want me to look at your calendar?
No, it would be the weekend. No, but it wouldn't be for a solo show or a special event. It's not something that would have a pin at it. It would be because the Gaia show that Beautiful Bazaar is curating is being held in Berlin, and they've invited me.
So we'd be hanging out.
And we would just be hanging out. We would not be selling stuff. I'd have like one painting there. I would just happen to be there because theoretically I would be in my London studio at that time. And if I'm in London and Beautiful Bazaar is doing a special show with my artwork in it, and it's in Berlin, I'm going to take a train or something and go over there and say hi to everybody. So if the timing does work out, I might be there, but you would just come say hi and hang out with me and Matt. It wouldn't be something like you would buy pins and paintings and stuff, but I'd have a painting there. So that is the Gaia show. What is the name of the gallery? I should know this. It's one I have not been in before, but Beautiful Bazaar, the magazine, they do a special show every year that they curate, basically. The people who run the magazine curate the show, and then they pick a different gallery for it to be at. In the past, it's been, I think, Modern Eden Gallery, Haven Gallery. There's been a few different American galleries in San Francisco that they've done, and next year is in Berlin. So if it works out and I'm there, I'll be there. But it won't be like a big, crazy MegaCon sort of thing.
But the thing is, when it's things like that, Jasmine and I we love it because we get to we'll get to see a new city. I've never been to Berlin.
I've been to Berlin. I went when I was 16.
But we've never been.
I've never been there with you. No, I haven't.
So we might be able to get to see some of the other sites. I don't know. That sounds fun.
Yeah, but it's probably changed a bit since I went there.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure about that one.
Yeah, but if MegaCon is the next weekend, I don't think I'm going to be able to make that happen. Because I actually have a house here, or multiple houses here in Orlando, so if it's MegaCon, we pretty much need to do MegaCon.
Mm-hmm.
Bah.
We'll figure it out.
Well, we will figure it out.
We have time
it is 6 months from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our life is crazy.
Our life is crazy. And I'll turn this around in case isn't showing from the cameras, but you can see I've taken a bit of that turquoise, mixed it with water, and I'm kind of putting it on top of where those horizontal lines are. If you look in the back, you see some kind of black scribbly, it's actually kind of brown scribbly lines where I've kind of drawn in some tree branches, and I kind of drew a moth from the side. I might change him a little bit or move him a little bit, but I'll see how he looks after this is done.
So Layla's going to night.
Oh, night, Layla.
Night. Bloody Michael Meyer says, I was just at Disneyland this past weekend and bought an annual pass.
Oh, excellent.
Yay! Good job, Bloody.
Yay. We have the ones that would get us to Florida and California.
And then went to Wonderground Gallery and bought a bunch of JBG artwork.
Oh my goodness.
I was saddened to not see the JBG Princess Leia and R2-D2 artwork on display. So I came home and bought a limited edition canvas print on eBay.
On eBay. There you go.
So thrilled that I'm able to add this to my collection.
Oh, well, thank you very much for adding that to your collection. That's a very nice one.
I understand it's very...
it's late in the UK, yeah. We're later than
sleepy.
Are. Take it easy. Yeah, our one here in Florida, the Wonderground Gallery at Disney World by us, has the Leias at it, but sometimes the ones in California will have canvases there that are not here in Florida, and vice versa. I never know unless I go there, since they're all made by Disney.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
What do you use to sketch out your paintings? Liz asks.
Let me see. I've done a couple of these broadcasts where I just sketch. If you go back and look at something like back in May, like at my Isle of the Dead, if you're interested in sketching, you can look at my YouTube. I'm at Jasmine+Becket up there. Not Becket-Griffith, but Becket. Becket has one T. You can see some of how my sketching process works. It's kind of confusing, as you'll see from since I turn my palette around, or my panel around a lot. But I use a very skinny brush that is called a script liner brush. I believe it is made for writing calligraphy and probably musical scripts, or for some reason it's called script. I don't know. It's very small and pointy. And I use that with gray, usually Payne's gray, raw umber, Van Dyke brown, and sometimes quinacridone purple. And I will use that to sketch everything with. So if you see lines here, it might look like it's a piece of like pencil or chalk or something, but that's actually paint there. It's paint mixed with water with a very skinny brush. The grayish blue background, since this is going to be nighttime, I put more blue in it when I tint the gesso. I take gesso, mix it with some basic muddy colors like Payne's gray, raw umber, a bit of nickel azo gold, bit of dioxazine purple, sometimes Naples yellow, Titan buff, whatever I want for the background. This one's nighttime, so it's blue. I take that same color and I keep it in a little container like this. So if I need to erase a line, I just paint a layer of this color on top of it and it makes the line go away. So if I make a mistake when I'm sketching, or I think, oh, I want her head to face that way instead of that way, I'll just paint on top of it, use my hair dryer. I paint very thinly. You can't feel the paint really when you're going over it. It's like a solid surface. And that way, it makes an eraser that is the same color as the background. It's less, it sounds complicated, but once you do it, it becomes second nature, and it's a lot easier than using transfer paper or trying to draw with a pencil on top of wood, on top of paint. That gets messy. I'm very grubby, and I get like charcoal all over me if I try to use charcoal or chalks or anything. So I like transferring it down in paint when I'm doing a sketch. That keeps it there. It won't smudge around. Doesn't make it grubby. Get a little painty, but that washes off. I use non-toxic acrylic paint, so if you see me put my brush in my mouth, I'm not poisoning myself. Yes?
F. Stewart wants to know, what color will the hair be?
I think I am going to go with silver on this one. Often when I paint little moon nymphs or little fairies that are out at night, I tend to give them silver hair to try to capture the idea of glowing reflection of the moon, to tie it in with her little bodice hair, and also the glowing little Luna moths that will kind of give a good central thing for a lot of reflections to go off of. And since this is a painting like we're talking about that has a lot of light sources, if I paint somebody with silver hair, there's going to be a lot of exciting things happening with the interplay of the moon blue light coming behind her, the warm light coming from her vest there, and from the green light that will eventually be coming from the little butterflies. Moths. I know they're moths. I keep saying butterflies, but I know a lot about them actually. But just for the sake of design, I'm calling them butterflies.
At K. Herman's gonna, their dad's gonna buy them some artwork at Hoi Polloi in Chicago Airport.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, there are 2 or 3 locations now at O'Hare Airport of the Hoi Polloi gallery that has my artwork at it. It's the sister gallery to the Pop Gallery that's at Disney Springs. So if you're ever at O'Hare Airport in Chicago, look for the Hoi Polloi gallery and you'll find usually quite a bunch of my stuff there. I've done a signing at the original Hoi Polloi gallery that's in Chinatown, but I have not done one at the airport yet because it's past security, the different galleries are, so I'm not sure how to do a signing there unless I have a plane ticket in that gate to go there, or how people would get there to get things autographed. I'm not really sure how that works. But it's a great place if you're held captive at an airport. It's a good airport to be stuck at.
It's not a bad airport.
No, they've got a lot of restaurants. They've got multiple Jasmine galleries at them. They have, they sometimes have neat things like fossils from the Field Museum there in Chicago. They're on display. They'll have...
airport's pretty good. Is that Detroit Airport?
Detroit's got the international terminal's great. We spend a lot of time at airports, so we know what we're talking about.
We start judging them.
We get very judgy about our airports.
Okay, people are saying we need to see Coco. The movie.
Oh, yes, that I still haven't seen. Again, I don't get how much, but the Disney movie with the Dia de Muertos, and I very much like to see it. I do a lot of Disney art and a lot of Dia de Muertos art, so that seems like it would be a natural fit. And it has one of those cute doggies. What's that breed of dog, Maddie? The Mexican doggies that his little friend is in that?
I don't know.
It's a long name.
Maybe people in the room know.
Maybe so.
Okay, Elaine's making a good recovery.
Oh, good. Good.
Yay!
Aw.
Coco is so lovely to watch.
Aww.
Okay.
The previews look fantastic. Everybody I know who's seen it has told me I would love it, so I probably would. Hard sometimes to find time to do that sort of thing. Part of the reason I'm doing this blue background is to reinforce the idea to myself which parts are going to be of her. Like, I haven't really drawn her outfit out that much, and her arms and hands and legs are kind of touching each other. I need to be able to see, hey, this part's going to be between her fingers because the background's showing through there. I don't know how well you can see that on the...
People are saying Chihuahua.
It's not a Chihuahua.
Yeah,
it's a long name. It sounds Central American. What the heck is the name? It's an old Aztec or Mayan word, I think.
Cool.
Yeah, it's got a Quetzalcoatl feel to it, but it's not that. Any other time I would know this. They're adorable little dogs.
I'm a baby jaguar.
Yeah, you are a baby jaguar. And I'm the director of the universe.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Baby jaguars probably get more PR though.
Queen Tree wants to know what vitamins we take.
I take turmeric.
You guys are busy as heck.
Yeah.
Because I have 3 kids and it's crazy busy.
I take just regular multivitamins. I take CME. I take calcium. I take vitamin E. I take lots of turmeric. I take.
I give you extra vitamin E.
Yeah, lots of vitamin E. I eat a lot of vegetables, which have vitamins in them anyways. 90% of what I eat is plants.
And Jasmine eats, it's so low, it's so...
Pardon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to pronounce.
That's what I'm saying. That's the type of doggy he is.
He's a xylophone.
He's not a xylophone.
He's a Quetzalcoatl.
I said Quetzalcoatl already, and I said
like
it wasn't
that.
Quetzalcoatl. It was a Quetzalcoatl. It's like Zolotl and Quetzalcoatl. Yes.
Aww, I love Zolotl.
I have a Zolotl painting by Annie. Oh, they're all at Fantastic Workshop right now, by the way.
My mouth isn't shaped correctly to pronounce those sorts of words.
Yeah.
You guys are always moving, says Queen Tree.
What's that?
You guys are always moving, says Queen Tree.
Yes, we are. We do not stand still around here.
I'm not moving right now.
I am. My head is. Actually, I'm quite sedentary for the most part. I'm just kind of sitting here all the time.
But I know what she's saying.
Yeah.
We're busy.
No, it's true. We are.
We're busy folk.
Yeah.
It's just
hard
the
to
nature of
explain to
things.
people sometimes. It's okay. There we go. Now this is helping me figure out which parts of the painting are in the foreground, midground, and background, because I'm putting blue all over the background, even though some parts of the background are probably not going to be blue. Some of them will probably be dark green, some will be brown. But to me now, shorthand for background is blue.
Jasmine has 7,000 light sources in this painting alone. So she has to figure out her depth or...
I have 6 light sources. Okay. The 4 of them are very similar, but they're from 4 different angles. I've got the cardinal angles in here. So.
What events are you guys taking part of next year? Says Bloody Michael Myers.
Let's see, we will be at MegaCon theoretically, assuming they get their act together. DragonCon, we will be at the Avalon Fairy Fair in Glastonbury in autumn. We will be at Tintagel Fairy Fair in May. We will be at Spectrum/Planet Comic Con in March. I will be at the
Disney.
Epcot International Festival of the Arts for 8 to 10 visits during January and February. I will probably be at Disney in California, possibly in March. I will be at...
We have not heard anything about D23.
I have not
People
heard about
ask
D23
that almost every
yet.
Twitch session.
To be fair, they don't tell me until a couple months ahead of time, so I'm not going to know now about D23 until next year.
The benefit of D23 is suddenly Mr. Toad.
Yes, that's true. Suddenly they care about Mr. Toad again when it's D23.
And anybody who doesn't want to stay in line for the Nemo submarine ride is wrong. I love that ride.
That's a great ride.
It is so much fun and it's relaxing.
This is at Disneyland in California.
It's at Disneyland.
Very different.
The one at Epcot's fantastic as well, because then you can go see your fish friends.
Because you see real fishes in them.
I recommend the cuttlefish.
Cool. They're very neat.
Sometimes I look at cuttlefish and I almost start to cry. They're so beautiful.
Oh, cuttlefish are lovely.
They are just
at the aquarium.
Best things ever.
Yeah. But no, the one at Disneyland is where the old Nemo submarines are at.
But we used to do more cons, but since Jasmine started doing more with Disney, we started doing so many Disney events that is a really good way to meet people.
Yes, and sometimes I'll do 20 of those a year, so it's
right.
Hard
so that's kind of I think it's better in a way.
Yeah.
Than doing tons and tons of cons.
Well, the thing with conventions, we have to physically spend about a month to make enough product to bring with us, and then we have to drive there. With the Disney ones, I show up, Disney makes the stuff, I just have to show up and maybe bring my pens, and that's it. And that way I can actually get painting done at home instead of making prints, so which is very important that I get the time to actually make new paintings. So when I'm at a convention, I can't really do that for the most part. So we just pick a couple of big ones usually. We'll be doing Planet Comic Con and MegaCon and DragonCon next year, and we'll also be doing a couple of fairy festivals in England, and we will be doing what was I going? Oh, the Kansas City Renaissance Festival. I'm always at that one. We might be adding some more local, maybe doing some more of the art and wine strolls here in Celebration, Florida, by where we live, because that's convenient. But yeah, it's kind of a big thing to try to fill up a whole store worth of stuff for 2 days when it's on the other side of the country and you have to drive everything there or mail it. If you mail it, it costs more to mail it than it does what you could sell it for. So it's pretty much always at a loss when we do conventions, which it sounds like it'd be a drag, but it's how
it's
we
really
meet
about
people.
meeting people.
Yeah, exactly. We don't do it for money. I wouldn't do it for money because it wouldn't make any.
Yes.
But yeah,
so we
do it for fun. Yeah.
Kind of. I
so
mean,
we can't always
not to say that
for fun.
Con isn't a cultural event because it is by
very
definition.
Much, it's a pop cultural event.
Right, but we do. I think that probably starting 2 years ago, we started doing what they would call more cultural events, more gallery things and things like that.
Festivals.
And I think I like that more because it's a bit more relaxed. But
it also doesn't require 10,000 hours of work to put everything in packages and put. I don't want to be up 2 nights in a row putting price tags on things.
When people are just as happy to see us at a
gallery or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
and also, you don't have to pay money to get into a gallery.
Yes, I just want you to know whenever you see any artist at a con,
even with a tiny little booth,
it took them a lot of effort to do that.
Yes.
So be sure to, if you like their art, let them know.
Yeah.
Let them know because it's a lot of work to do those.
Hard job.
Even if it's the tiniest artist alley booth ever, those people worked hard to do that.
Yes.
And it took a lot of guts.
Yeah. Yeah, something like a gallery I like doing, because that way two people can come to it for free without having to pay $100, and they can just show up and get things autographed, and that's handy. I just have to, I do the paintings either way, so I'm going to be there no matter
Jasmine,
what. Yeah.
what color will the eyes be? Linda Luna wants to know.
No, I like their names. I wonder if they like Luna Moth, but
Linda Lunda.
Oh, I thought you said Luna.
Linda
sorry.
Lunda. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm painting Luna Moth. Okay. I don't know yet. I usually don't make decisions like that until I've decided the rest of the painting, unless it's something like a commission and somebody says, hey, I want her eyes to look like my daughter's eyes, and they send me a picture and they're hazel with orange centers or something very specific.
Josh Fix Allen wants to know what we're doing the year after, so they can book their holidays to Disney.
Oh, Disney tells me about 3 months in advance.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Vix Allen. I wish
That's
I could
when
tell
I
you
get my
that far
schedule.
ahead of time, but I
yeah,
can't.
Disney gives me a schedule about 3 months in advance, sometimes only 1 or 2 months in advance. So I'm not going to know until Disney sends me a schedule.
I don't know, and people are asking about Whippy right now too.
Whippy, it won't be
sure
next
when the
year.
Next time
it won't be next year. It'll probably be. I do Whippy every other year usually, so it probably will be 2020.
As soon as we know, we'll let you know.
I do know for sure in 2020 that I will be doing another big solo show, like how I did my Magical Thinking show at the Corey Helford Gallery in Los Angeles. So I will be in California. I don't know what month yet, but probably in the later part of 2020.
Oh, but Vix Allen's seen us at Tintagel, so you'll see us.
Oh, yeah, Tintagel. Okay. Yeah, we'll be at Tintagel next May. And I have not been to Tintagel yet. That's just a one-day event. It's on Saturday, I think.
That sounds so nice.
May 5th or something.
Doesn't that sound nice?
Yeah, that sounds relaxing and easy. I'm looking forward to that. It sounds fun. It sounds like we might meet people we don't usually see, too. So that will be lovely. And some of the people we do usually see. Even better. I'm taking some of that turquoise and mixing it in with the Titan buff in the titanium white, so that she's going to look kind of backlit, almost like a big crescent that goes around the side of her head. Just as if you had a sphere, if you had an apple or a baseball or something in front of the moon, you would see kind of a hazy sort of blue glowy bit around the outside. That's what I'm doing with her head. Not because I have a fairy sitting in the moonlight to look at, but because I've seen things like baseballs under the moon before, and I know what they look like when they're in a circle and they are in front of a moon.
I don't know. L Hertz, if you haven't, I mean, I think Jasmine can pretty much just give away the titles of her Disney pieces that she'll have out next year, but I don't.
In January?
We can't show them off.
I can't show them to the public legally now.
Late January?
Probably. Well, honey, they'll be out by late January.
Yeah, okay.
Probably late December, early January. I might be able to show them.
That's when we can show people.
Not late January, because the show will be in there late January, is what I said. Late December, early January would be what you're trying to say, probably. There is Cruella, there is Cinderella Leaving the Ball, and Princess Tiana are the 3 paintings. But yeah, I can't show you the paintings yet, because that would violate my contract. But I can tell you about them. Tiana is in the swamp, and she's holding Prince Naveen in his frog form. She's in her human form. In her dress that kind of looks like lily flowers, and she's holding Prince Naveen as a little frog. And behind her, you can see Mama Odie's shipwreck of a house up in the tree, and it's kind of glowing red. And there are some fireflies. It kind of has a feel to it like my painting Releasing Fireflies, where it has little, kind of like this one a bit, where you've got little things flying around that are kind of glowing. And then Cinderella is similar to my Cinderella, the same sort of character that's in my Cinderella's transformation. She has the same sort of look about her, but she's leaving the ball at midnight. So she's like running out of the palace. It's midnight. You see the staircase behind her. You see her little shoe there. And there's a lot of magic sparkles because she's about to turn back into a chambermaid, and her coach will turn back into a pumpkin and all that. And then Cruella is actually on a very familiar street in London, and there are a lot of puppies cowering behind her, kind of afraid of her. And there's an electrical storm with lightning and stuff in the sky behind her, and that one turned out especially cool. And those will be released by Disney next year. They'll first be at the Epcot International Festival of the Arts, which will be in the mid part of January. And then after the Epcot Festival is over, they'll have them at the Disney Wonderground galleries at Disneyland in California and Disney World in Florida, and also at places like shopdisney.com, your www.store.com, and no doubt people will pop them up on eBay.
There you go.
So those will be those. And when they are released and I can show them to people, I'll show them to you guys. So you will be able to see them here. Probably before the actual date, too. What I do typically is I follow Disney's lead and look at the official Disney blogs that are written by the Disney cast members who are in charge of the different programs through the galleries that they roll out the new artwork. And once they've posted it publicly on their blogs, I can then show the rest of the world and say, hey, I did this, and show it to people. I don't know. I think Tiana's probably my favorite, but they all turned out really pretty. I think I've been asking to paint Tiana ever since that movie came out. I like anything with swamps and alligators and frogs in it.
Yeah, me too. I always like swamps.
Yeah. Well, you live in the right place, don't you?
When was the first time I saw a swamp?
Probably saw him in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Remember the swamp that's in El Dorado, Kansas? It's pronounced El Dorado. I'm not saying it wrong. They do say El Dorado. It's not El Dorado.
Yes, it's like Cairo, Missouri.
Yes, spelled like Cairo, but
Egypt,
or
but they pronounce it
Nevada.
Cairo.
Yeah.
Yes, embarrassing.
Anyway, El Dorado, Kansas. If you drive through it on the highway going out west, if you're headed out to like the desert or something, or Colorado, you go through there, and on both sides of the highway, and definitely it's all trees, dead trees growing out of a swamp, and it's kind of lovely. They're deciduous trees, though. They're not like cypresses and palm trees like you'd see in Florida.
And since they're deciduous, they can decide whether they keep their leaves or not.
That's not really what happens.
That's how you're supposed to remember it.
Really? I've never had problems remembering it.
Okay.
But like stalactites and stalagmites.
Top and I don't know.
Stalactites have to hang on tight, and stalagmites you might trip over.
Oh, I just heard stalactites, the T, just for top.
Oh.
And the other one's the default bottom.
How's it default?
Why can't they be the same? Why can't they just have the same name?
Stalagmites. Stalactites are on the ceiling with the C. Stalagmites are on the ground with the G.
Okay.
There you go. There's another mnemonic device for you. You can have that one.
Thank you. And where did the Triceratops go?
Pardon?
Where did the Triceratops go?
In my drawer.
Oh, I found out that Dodongo dislikes smoke.
Yeah. Let's say I've got one. Should have one.
Oh.
Oh, where is he?
You looking for Scramble Cat?
Yeah, where's he at?
I've
got too much stuff in this drawer.
You should show everyone Scramble Cat if you can.
Why?
Because Scramble Cat's cute.
I'm just gonna look at him myself. I'm not gonna show people Scramble Cat.
When did you paint Tinkerbell and the Mermaids? I love that one, but can't find it anywhere. I know it's been some time ago.
Lordy, yeah, that was 10 years ago, maybe. It was a long time ago. That was one of the very first paintings I did. It was part of the first batch I did for the Walt Disney Company as far as their galleries go. I've done a lot of things. I did some Tinkerbells before that, but they were concept art for Disney Fairies brand and for little figurines and that type of thing. But as far as the painting Tinkerbell and the Mermaids goes, it was about 10 years ago. And yeah, if you find that one, it has been out of print for years. If you find it, it'll probably be on eBay, and you'll have to find somebody willing to sell theirs. I don't have one.
I don't have one either.
Yeah, that would be a hard one to get, because Disney only did a handful of them. They had me do 3 paintings to like test me out kind of at the galleries, and they all did really well, but they were only done as a limited run. So that one and Cinderella's Transformation, the first Cinderella I did, those are really difficult to find now. You're gonna have to find somebody willing to sell theirs. But I love that one. I love the original painting. It was quite big too. It's 36 inches wide, which is pretty big for me. It's like, golly, maybe 6 or 7 times as big as this painting I'm working on now. And she has the mermaids from Peter Pan in the background. And she's kind of in a wooded forest setting that is based off of some of the original background art from the Disney Vault that was used to make
Jasmine.
the movie Peter Pan. Yeah.
So Shaylee says, I meant to tell you, Viago has now become used to your style of paintings. When he sees them on Shaylee's phone or in prints, he always taps it with his beak and says hello in the same way.
Oh my gosh!
Isn't that cute?
Oh, the birdies like my artwork, Maddie. That makes me happy. That's darling.
That's fine, Kieran. Please charge your phone. And
oh yeah.
Kieran's gonna charge his phone, but he's hanging out still.
Oh, okay.
He just wants to know he might not be chatting as much.
That's fine. Let's see. This is coming along nicely. I can start putting a little bit of yellow. Even though that they're going to be green, I'm going to put yellow as a base coat on the little Luna moths. So that will help me differentiate where the background is, where the different light sources are. And they're going to be a glowing light source of their own. They're going to be kind of a cool yellow-green because they are Luna moths that are kind of a soft pastel green color, as opposed to the cold blue that will be behind the fairy here. And again, these will be kind of a red-violet. As I was showing you in the Luna moths, if you look at them, I don't know how I can tell in here, but in the photo, this part here that is right along the top of their wing is a very, very vibrant magenta, almost purple burgundy color. So I want there to be a little hint of that in the painting other than also on the Luna moths. So when I have the light source that is here on her chest, the little triple moons here, I want that to be kind of it's gonna be glowing kind of white, but I want the color emanating off of it kind of a magenta purpley color. So that will help tie it in with the Luna moths so they look like they all live in the same universe. And I'll probably use some of that same magenta tone in the color that I'll be adding to her face. Maybe her lipstick will match it, maybe a bit of the color in her shoulders or arms, her cheeks, around her eyes, her tear ducts, etc. will probably match that. But in the meantime, I'm going to take some of that yellow. This is Hansa Yellow Medium. You can get Hansa Yellow Light, Hansa Yellow Medium, and I think Hansa Yellow Dark, but I always get medium because I don't know if it's true or not, but I think it has a higher pigment count than the other Hansa Yellows. Seems like it takes less water or more water to dilute it, so it makes me think that it probably has more pigment.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
That Nintendo guy's drinking Merlot.
Oh, that's nice. I like Merlot. I tend to like white wines the best, but I'll take any of them.
What white wine do you like, Jasmine?
I'm not real picky. I'm not very fancy with wine.
Jasmine likes you like that house brand.
House white. I like
White?
that one. Yes.
Or the one on the actual label, it says white wine.
Yes.
Yeah. Merlot is a crowd pleaser. Merlot's easy.
Matt's the one who knows about wines and stuff.
I know.
You know more than most people do. More than I do. I don't know much about wines.
I like fruity dessert wines. Well, who doesn't? That's good.
I like Rieslings. Rieslings are good.
Rieslings are great.
I like Malbecs if I get red wines.
Yes, you do.
Because I remember one time we went to that wine room in Winter Park and they had Malbec March and they had samples of all different Malbecs and there wasn't one I didn't like. So when I'm at a restaurant and I don't know what I'm getting, I usually get a Malbec because I've never had one I didn't like.
Well, Vix Allen says they're going to head out. Hubby has work.
Oh.
It is 11:40 there.
At work, yeah. So this might look really super yellow right now, but like I said, I will be putting kind of a pastel green on top of it. I just want to, in my mind, set up the areas that are going to be more of a saturated color as opposed to the more neutral colors. This will also help me when I start painting her eyes to know, hey, there's going to be a bright yellow something down here. So if I'm painting her pupil or I'm painting the reflections that are in her eyes, it's going to be reflecting the bright colors around it, as well as the light sources around her. Anything that is going to be out of the normal is going to show up as a bright reflexive sort of thing on her eyes. I'll put that one on the back too. can't look at glowing Luna moths without thinking of that advert that used to be for, what was it? Some sort of sleeping pill? Lunesta.
Yes, that was a beautiful commercial.
They used to have, it's awful, it's for sleeping pills or whatever, but it's, yeah, and it'd have the little magic butterfly or moth that would come make you fall asleep at night. But Luna moths really do kind of have a glow to them, commercials aside.
Did you mention Kieran's YouTube channel?
Oh yes, for if you guys probably notice here at Twitch, Twitch only keeps my broadcasts archived if you're like catching up on older ones. Only for like, what is it, 2 months, 8 weeks, something like that.
Something like that.
Not for very long. Maybe it's only 2 weeks. And after that, they go to my YouTube. They actually go to my YouTube tomorrow after that. But Kieran, our friend who lives in the UK, makes kind of best of sort of compilations of different parts of my previous broadcast. So if you look at Kieran's World at YouTube, that's a good way that you can catch up and look at some older ones too, to see what things I've done in the past. Often when I'm showing off a painting, I'm like, hey, this is the one I did 5 months ago, and you might not want to watch the whole episode. It's kind of a good way to do that. Well, speaking of, one of the paintings that I did early on, I forgot to show you guys, Monarch, is now on my website. This was, I think, maybe
I will put a link.
Was this like the second or third piece I did on Twitch, I think? I don't remember.
It was a while back.
It was quite a while back. This is probably 7 months ago, 7 months ago. But some of you might remember me painting her. Again, probably got blue morpho butterflies in it. I'm really predictable. Mm-hmm. I think I probably showed you my little friends last time. But yeah, she's the one who has a little dress made out of the butterfly. She was one of the pieces I did for my Magical Thinking show at the Corey Halford Gallery this past July. I love the background on her. It almost looks like it's on fire. It kind of turns into her hair. That's a good example, too, of a background light source. See how it kind of gets the side of her hair around her face like that. But then if you see her eyes, her face is actually a little bit darker than the back of her head because the light is coming from behind her head. But we have these up at strangeling.com. I think they're not at the Pop Gallery yet, but they will be. eBay, Amazon, Etsy, all the usual suspects will have her. Her name is Monarch, and we have signed prints of her up at strangeling.com, available for shipping worldwide. Folks. Matt just posted the link. Only $9.99, and I've signed the back of each one. Every single one I have signed the back of, and we will ship these worldwide. They also have bigger prints now. We have even extra big ones, like 16 by 20s we have now too. So there's multiple sizes. The Masterpiece Edition sold out within 30 minutes of us listing them. So those are all gone. It was before I even showed the public. It was when I had only told Patreon about it. 30 minutes later, all of the Masterpiece editions were gone, but we do have the open edition, remarked editions of them. So,
and those are fantastic.
Those are fantastic. They're 16 by 12, so they're the same size as the original painting. They come with a signed certificate of authenticity, and they are only $90 on sale this week. And they're ready to hang. They have wire on the back, so they are ready to pop up on your wall. You don't have to get them framed, which is very handy. It's also very good if you're giving gifts to people, then you don't have to worry about them having to get it framed somewhere or matted.
Also for you Patreon people, the Canvas Cutie.
Yes, the Canvas Cutie is also available. If you guys know what Canvas Cuties are, they're the little 3.5 by 3.5 square canvases that we use out of our scrap wood and leftover canvas. It started off as like a recycling initiative that I did, and then it turned into a whole line of tiny little square
Those
canvases.
Are adorable, ready to hang.
And they come ready to hang, and if you get them with your Patreon discount, it's only like $22, and we ship those worldwide. But the only way you can buy them, $22.50, yeah. The only way you can get them is if you are a Patreon member, which isn't free, but it only costs $1. So if you're not one, go join. It's very helpful.
It's worth it. You get special stuff.
Yes. And like I said, I give away my Disney color proofs and original paintings and all sorts of goodies. It's kind of like having Twitch all the time.
Oh, definitely. And also you...
Also, it helps us out a lot.
It does help us
like, a lot. Yeah, that's how we buy airplane tickets and stuff when I've got to go to faraway places. Let me see. I'm going to turn this around to face the camera so you can kind of see what's going on here in case you can't see all the details. You can start to see, especially on this moth here, I think is really kind of where all the different lines of sight are going to combine. You've got the blue moonlight coming here, kind of hitting her hair, hitting the shoulder. going to be hitting one of the wings of the glowing kind of green moth. And you can also see that the moth is in front of her because you're going to be able to see her arm is kind of going through there, shading out where the background is, turning into her skin and her hair there. I've also put a little white line here on the side of the moth's wing just to remind me that, hey, if it's in front of where this is and it's kind of up to the viewer's left in front of the little glowing moon, if this is kind of a pink-red warm tone, that's going to hit that little part of the wing there. So that's going to have a lot of really interesting color dynamics when it's done. Again, it might seem like at first a simple painting. It's like, hey, there's a fairy with some moths and night, but really there's going to be a lot going on in this one.
Big old tea thing.
It's an orange herbal tea. It's very good. Oh. Now what I'm going to do now, since I'm talking about light sources, I've kind of made myself realize, hey, the background's blue. These little guys are going to be kind of yellow, green. The other light source, like I talked about, is going to be the little moons here. I might do one more layer of pure white real quick on this. I don't know if you can tell, you can see a little bit of the wood showing through. You can see some bluish green shadows, and since it's not an actual moon, I want it to look almost like a flashlight blaring at you. I don't want there to be little dark crescents and things in it, so I'm going to do one more layer of pure white on top of that. Where'd my little brush go? Here we go. Brush is trying to get away from me.
Brushes do that.
Yeah, they know what's going to happen to them.
Well, they probably like being used.
Well, they have 20 years of good use in them. I'm going to use them. There we go. Bright white. Now I'm actually putting on this white paint pretty thickly. Usually I paint very thinly with a lot of water, but I'm using this one. There's a little bit of water in it, but it's almost straight out of the bottle. This is because when I want it to cover the entire surface. I'm not trying to scumble or to layer anything on top of a different color. I want this to look pure white, so when I do put colors on top of it, that white will show through, not just because of the saturation of tone with the bright white, the titanium white under it, it's also slightly lifted up. It's not quite impasto, it's still very thin. If you had your eyes closed and you touched it, you might not be able to tell it's there, but there's enough of a thickness to it that it will catch the eye and it will look like it's standing a little bit in front of the main character here.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm still going over this area where the moth is crossing over the crescent on the right there. You can see part of the moon is going behind the moth. So even when I do make them kind of a soft, furry, bluish, green, yellow color, you're going to see a little bit of that crescent moon going through there. And that will help reinforce the idea that this moth is closer to us. That way her hand doesn't look like she just has a big hand on her knee. It's going to look like her hand is closer to you, and that's why her hand is larger. There we go. I'm going to use my hairdryer real quick. Sorry, this is noisy. As we talked about, the Luna moth has obviously the blue-green magical glowy wings, but it also has the wonderful kind of magenta burgundy highlights that are on the upper wing line here. And that is kind of the color I'm going to be putting on to the light emanating from the little triple goddess moon there in the middle. I'm going to start off by mixing my own colors here, but I'm starting with quinacridone magenta, which is a very pure pigmented magenta. Again, these are golden fluid acrylics. They are non-toxic, so if I put them in my mouth, I'm not killing myself or anything. I'm going to also mix some vat orange. This vat orange, I think 4 episodes ago I said I'm almost out, but I'm still using the same tube, but I might have to open a new one now. Yeah, I think it is actually empty at this point. No, wait, maybe I can get some out. I don't like to be wasteful. Oh, spattered some on her, but it doesn't matter.
Real quick.
Okay. So I'm just kind of scooping it out because it's kind of dried a bit. Scooping it out with my brush. I'm going to mix the vat orange, which is, I think, more red. It's like a stoplight red. I'll be mixing that with the quinacridone magenta, and it'll make a really bright kind of cool / warm reddish magenta purple color. And I'll be using that on the moths, and I will also be using that on the outside of where the little moons are. I'm going to use my little script liner, my skinny brush I was using to sketch with earlier. I'm going to mix those colors. I'm just going to mix a little bit with a bunch of water off to the side. It probably looks almost black here, but this is magenta. I'm going to mix some some of the vat orange with a quinacridone magenta, and also a little bit of yellow. The yellow is slightly opaque, so that will give it a little bit of a bit of a pop on the areas that already are dark because of the lines I had drawn earlier. When I go over this with multiple layers, there's very rarely do I paint anything kind of alla prima with acrylics. Everything's going to be layer upon layer upon layer. So if I do something that's super bright early on, it's fine, even if I don't want it to be super bright later, because that's going to be covered up with a lot of layers of more muted, sort of graduated paint on top of it. But there'll be a little bit of that bright hint of color going through it. And when you have something like magenta or red that is right next to something that is kind of a blue or green or yellow color, it's going to almost be the complement of it. Like seeing red and green at Christmas, and it really contrasts really brightly, and your eye will be drawn to it whether or not you mean it to be.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Shadow Dancer says it would be epic if her eyes were that very seafoam green color.
You know, I might do that. That might end up making sense if it's that sort of color that matches the Luna moths. I've painted a couple of paintings that have fairies and Luna moths together, and I think usually when I do that, I try to kind of give them that sort of glowy, ethereal look that you see in Luna moths. So I very well might. We shall see. It's actually looking a bit of a warmer red than I think I will go for in the end. It's less of a cherry coke burgundy color than actually looks on the moths, but this will at least give me a note to say, hey, there's the top part of the wing is there. So when I start adding some texture and making the wings look softer, glowier, etc., I will know which areas I want to leave the magenta tone. Oh yeah, it's looking lovely. Nice. I've got one little friend up here that I've been...
Jasmine, can you show up the holiday cards? 10 minutes to raffle.
Oh, is that? Okay, yeah.
If you can reach them. Otherwise, I'll help you out.
Let me see.
Oh, sweetie.
I got him.
Okay.
Okay. Holiday cards. So the next winner will get 2 boxes of Strangeling holiday cards. Look, this one's glittery. There's Christmas candle and the holly and the ivy. And each one has 12 cards inside. These are from the company called Brush Dance. These are mine here, so if I get paint on them, that's okay. But yours will be shipping from our shipping center here in Florida. And they come with little envelopes, and they make perfect invitations or Christmas cards, holiday cards, Happy New Year cards, etc. And you'll get 24 total.
They're beautiful.
And they are lovely, and you can't buy them now, so they are kind of a unique thing to get. And
you'll
rare. Probably be one of the only people sending them out. Those ones are mine, though. If I actually get around to sending things, I might do it next year. We'll see. We're going to be in Southeast Asia for a lot of the prime holiday sending time. So.
Oh, thank you, Strange Brew Toppers.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's looking lovely. Okay, I'm going to take some of that same color. I'm going to put a little bit more vat orange and also get some of my water here from the bottom of my palette and mix it in. And I'm going to outline a little bit here, the little triple moon symbol here. Now I'm just kind of taking that red, I put a little bit more vat orange, so it's going to be a bit warmer. On the areas that look kind of gray in between the moons where I kind of drew them out earlier. Now this one, people are asking about making things symmetrical. This is very easy. What I did is this here is exactly the same size as my paint tube, so I just drew on the outside of that one. I drew a circle with my paintbrush, a circle there, circle there, and then I just made a circle there and a circle there. And
you guys know the secret.
That's an artist's secret right there. These things are perfectly round. So a lot of the stuff when I have moons and things they're going to be that size or that size, or if it's a bigger painting I might use that size, and they're just circles I have handy.
200 years from now when this is hanging in a museum.
Exactly.
Someone will look up this video.
Maybe so. People will probably still have access to them, right? Or sometimes bigger ones. I use this one. I'll use the inside of it. If I use the outside, it'll be different every time because I use different amounts of tape and my tape changes size. But yeah, so the little moons on her are exactly the size as one tube of 1 ounce golden fluid acrylic paint. I'm just doing a lot of very small, quick strokes around the outside of the moons on her chest. So it's gonna almost look like fire when I'm done with it. It doesn't so much. Again, a lot of what will actually make this look like it's glowing is not the moons themselves, but the things around them that are showing the effect of the glowing. For example, once I have painted her outfit in, like I said, I'm kind of doing it with the brown sort of butterfly tones that are on the backside of a blue morpho butterfly's wings. When I have those little tiny fibers of the wings and maybe part of her foot, part of her hand, when I have that reflecting the kind of red, orange, fiery glow of the moons, that will really make them look like they're glowing, when really it's just a bunch of layers of white paint. It's not glow-in-the-dark paint. It doesn't have a light in it. It's just going to look like that because of all the things around it being affected by it. Like if you have a flashlight and you're looking at things and you're in the woods or in your backyard, it's not necessarily the light of the flashlight that you're seeing how the flashlight affects the things around it.
So, Jasmine, can you explain how someone can get this painting or prints of this painting?
Yeah.
When it's done, of course.
Yeah. I'll probably, again, I've only been working on it for a few hours, so it's gonna be quite a while before I'm done. But it will be debuting at my December 22nd show at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs. Matt, do you have the link to the event page?
I can find it.
I think I put it on there somewhere.
I will fetch it
for you. Did. Anyways, that will be December 22nd at Disney Springs, which is located at the Walt Disney World Resort here in Florida. It's in an area that you don't have to buy tickets to, so it's free parking. You don't have to pay anything to come to it. You can come see the painting. The painting itself will be available for sale from the gallery. You'll be able to contact them at the gallery. They have their phone number on their website, Pop Gallery. What is it? PopGalleryOrlando.com is their website. You can find it also through the event page. You can find it, or you can call them on the phone.
There's the link, folks.
Okay. Or you can email popgallery@me.com. They're not taking pre-orders yet because I just started this, but once I'm a little bit further on it, they will take reservations for the original painting and also for prints. They will have paper prints, they'll have fancy canvas prints, and the original painting will all be there at my December 22nd show. And if you don't live there, or here rather, in Florida, you will be able to order it from them via email or via telephone, and they will ship it worldwide. And if you order it before my December 22nd show, I can actually autograph it.
Raccoons.
Oh, the raccoons? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Matt's got to take the bird seed down because the raccoons are here. It gets light so early, or dark so early. It does get dark so early, yeah. We don't want to be harassed by the raccoons all night. We have bird feeders in our backyard that are here to entertain me in my studio, and at nighttime, raccoons, possums, and armadillos come.
The moon is really pretty. I know it's appropriate.
Yeah, I was going to say,
the clouds are moving over really nicely. It's like maybe a quarter moon or something. I don't know my moon phases very well, but it's very pretty.
I'm painting some moon phases right now.
Yeah, I know. Good luck.
Yay. Good luck, moon. But yeah, you'll be able to order it from the gallery and they will ship it worldwide. If you'd like one autographed, I will make sure to tell you guys the ordering information, or again, contact the Pop Gallery before December 22nd, because then I could sign the print at Pop Gallery while I'm there, because I won't be in Vietnam, I won't be in Kansas City, I won't be in England, I'll be here in Florida on December 22nd, and I can sign your print for you there at the gallery, even if you're not there in person, and the gallery can mail you a print. And that will be the only place that they will have prints of this one, because it is a Pop Gallery exclusive. Exclusive means only here. And exclusive is an actual legal term, so I can't say, oh, it's exclusive to Pop Gallery unless you're a Patreon member and you can buy it. That's actually illegal to do that. So I'm not going to do that. You'll have to get it from Pop Gallery if you want it. Unless I give it away for free, which I might do a couple as a giveaway, but in general, it's going to be something you gotta buy. I'll show you what the moons are looking like now. Again, I've gone over a couple layers of the quinacridone magenta and a bit of the vat orange right on top of that bright white. I'm going to use my hairdryer real quick, and then I'm going to get out some more of that Hansa yellow, Hansa medium yellow, and go on top of that, and that's going to look even more glowy. Let's see if I need more masking tape.
That is cool.
No. It's fine, crunchy.
1 minute to raffle.
Oh, sorry. Hansa yellow. I actually have some of this stuff. Looks like I've got mustard all over me.
Thank you, Storm.
Oh,
thank you so much, Storm.
Noise? Somebody subscribe. Thank you, Storm. I'm going to take some Hansa yellow. I'm going to mix it with a little bit of the titanium white, so it will be kind of a more opaque, slightly muted yellow, and I'm going to go right on top of some of that red and magenta. This is what's going to really make it kind of fiery looking. If you look at a flame, if it's a normal flame like on a piece of wood, it's not something weird with copper in it or something, it's going to be white at the very center with a hint of blue, then it will kind of go over to a warm white, to yellow, to red, to magenta, and that makes things look fiery if you paint them that way.
Raffle time.
Raffle! So this
person?
is for the holiday card set.
ATBug88.
ATBug88?
ATBug88.
That's a good name. Well, congratulations, you have won a bunch of holiday cards. Matt will give you some instructions here in the room of how to contact us, so we know your name, your email address, your real address, where we're going to
they're in the room.
Are they in the room? Yay!
Yep.
Congratulations.
Katie Bug, look for my instructions here.
Yeah, Matt will be posting
whip them up
here with my email address, so we know what your name and your address is, so we know where to send your holiday card.
Yes. I'm so happy you won.
Yay! Congratulations. So the last raffle is for the Earth Angel pin.
Yes.
And that will be in approximately an hour from now. And here she is. She's still in her little package. I'll sign the little, I don't know how well she's shown up. It's probably shiny. But I'll sign the little card she's on too. Since I'm here, I can definitely do that. But she is a very special pin that was a giveaway pin at MegaCon this past year. So the 2018 MegaCon, she was one of the giveaway pins. So she was never actually for sale anywhere. She's just the free pin we gave away to people. And as I always do, I make a few extras, so in case anyone got damaged, I have a backup, and usually they don't get damaged, and they're usually perfect, so I usually have some backups, and that's why I give them away here at Twitch. I do giveaways up at Patreon. Also, me and Matt at different events. For example, at the Pop Gallery, I will be wearing them. We have lanyards that are the Strangeland lanyards that have a bunch of the pins that we trade with people, our personal pins that we trade with people, that is just kind of a running assortment of whatever people trade us. We trade any Strangeling pin for any Strangeling pin, even if it's a rare one or it's currently the pin of the month or you just bought it that day, it doesn't matter. We will trade any pin for any pin. So if you come to Pop Gallery, bring your lanyard, bring any spare pins you want to trade with. You might see other people in line, especially since they're doing a pin giveaway with the seashell pins. You might see people who are willing to trade, and they might have unusual pins or ones you haven't seen or ones from England you haven't gotten to see in person. And that kind of makes it more exciting, and it helps kill time waiting in line too. You aren't at Disney if you don't wait in some lines. I'm taking some of that yellow and kind of smudging it around on top of the white on this little moon here. I'll show you about how it's looking up close more. That's starting to look much more glowy there, isn't it? And this will have a very different feel glowy wise, this kind of warm fiery glow as opposed to the blue sort of background moon glow, which will have a different feel than the little moths. Hi, Amy. Yeah, that yellow is looking really good there. Again, it already looks like it's glowing a bit, but it will really look like it's glowing once everything else has started reflecting that kind of warm magenta glow. The too. I'll probably start working on her eyes in a little bit, but now that I know where kind of my main light sources and the brightest of the most saturated colors are going to be, I have sort of an idea of what sort of reflections are going to be in her eyes. Like I can tell that on the lower side of her eyes, if she has any sort of lower lid reflections at all, they're going to be reflecting the bright kind of red, magenta, yellow colors that are coming from the triple moons that are on her chest here. Like if I have them right here, my eyes would be getting little bright red, yellow dots kind of at the bottom of them, because that's what's reflecting. So I'm
Makes
going
sense.
to, yeah, so I'll probably change this later. I'll probably make it look a little fancier, but I'm going to put just kind of a smudge of color with kind of an orange red tone there. Again, these are more than anything, these are shorthand reminders for myself to say, hey Jasmine, remember there's kind of a red light down there. Not that I'd forget, but it helps me make other color choices and blending and shading choices on the other parts of the character and her background around her, but still remaining, hey, these are the main light sources. So I won't get too carried away and forget what the main dynamics of the painting is meant to be. Another thing that will be affected by having a warm colored light source below her face will be areas that stick out of her face from below will have a reflected light. For example, the under part of her nose. She's got a little button nose kind of like I have. So the under bits like above her nostrils will probably have a little bit of a red orange tint. I'll show you a bit what I'm doing here. You can see her nose. I put some little bits of red there because that's reflecting from the little moons there. Her lips probably stick out a little bit too, and maybe the underside of her chin. So I'll put a little bit on her mouth there. And a tiny bit on her chin. She's probably got kind of a flat face like I have, so her face is probably a sort of a flat plane that just has a little nose sticking out and a little bit of a mouth. But if you look at her nose and mouth, you can see I put some little reddish kind of pink magenta lines that will be reflecting from there. Do a little bit of her hair too. So that will, yeah, that's looking good. I'm going to smudge some of that around on her little bodice here too.
Aww.
I'm also going to put a little bit on the side of the moth that is the closest to the moons. I'm doing this very lightly, mixed with, well, I say water, but it's probably mostly saliva. But if you look here, you can see how the red is kind of smearing out onto some of the areas of the wings, onto the bodice there, and then again on the uplit sides of her face, and the underside of her eyes. Might even do a little bit on the underside of her hair. Again, I tend to paint myself. She's got hair that's kind of sticking out in front of her face like how mine does, so I'll probably do that a little bit up here. Maybe even reflecting in some of the little jewels on her crown. Because I want it to look like the little moons that are down here are very powerful as far as magic goes, as far as light sources go too. A little bit. I kind of drew a curl in her hair when I was sketching her, so I'm going to reinforce that by showing some of the red on the underside there. Now the other parts of her face that are genuinely in shadow, for example, where on normal people the bridge of their nose would be maybe on the undersides of her eyebrows, between her eyelid and her eyebrow, where somebody would typically wear eyeshadow, those I'm going to probably keep with a cool tone to show that she is in a forest, so that the reflected light of that plane of her face that's coming at a different angle is going to be reflecting the cool tones that are around her, the ambient tones, not the directed light source. Now that does it as far as the main areas where I want the red to. Oh, I guess I should do her foot and stuff too. Not only is it reflecting up, since that is on a perpendicular plane to the ground she's sitting on, it's also going to be reflecting on her feet down here. She's got little bare feet like me here, so I'm going to put it on her little heel. I don't know if y'all can see that. Let me pop this up.
I can see the heel pretty well.
Okay, I'll show it a little bit more here. So I'm thinking, hey, if you had a flashlight and you're sitting cross-legged, what parts of your body would be glowing if it was right there? I get a little bit on the inside of her arm. This hand is sticking out pretty far. She's kind of touching her foot here in this pose. So I'm going to show a little bit of her finger coming out onto that same plane. That's going to help it look like her foot and her arm are projecting forward instead of just kind of hanging at her side. It's going to look like it's going forward because it's going to be getting some of that reflected light from the triple moon symbol that's on her chest. So I'm going to put a little bit on her big toe, kind of on the ball of her foot, and a little bit on the arch of her foot. On the arch of her foot, I'm going to bring it up a little lower there, which is actually a little higher on her foot, since that's going to show that that is a different plane of her foot, and it's going to make it look a little bit more three-dimensional. Maybe put a little bit here on her calf. I don't want to take away too much because I'm going to want a lot of backlighting coming from the blue moon behind her, which I want to reflect on this part of her leg, this part of her leg, and probably a little bit on this one. This part of her leg, looking at it, it's probably going to be hit a little bit from the blue coming behind her because she has her arm up and her hair is suspiciously about the same length as mine.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Do you ever paint on rocks? Like
Paint on
kindness rocks?
Like what sort of rocks?
Kindness rocks.
Kindness rocks. I don't know about kindness rocks.
I don't either.
Are they, I'm trying to think.
Tell us about them, April.
I
don't know
painted on rocks, but not
Sounds neat.
in 20 odd years probably. I remember painting little animals on rocks. Like in school we did something like where we painted little curled up kitty cats and lizards and things like that on river rocks, but this was 30 years ago probably. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have as an adult really painted on rocks. It hasn't really come up.
But I have noticed people on the internet painting on rocks. I wonder if it's a thing.
It is. Like I was saying,
thing.
in school, there was a book that was about painting animals that are curled up in circles on river rocks, and I remember doing that in school.
Kindness rocks are where people paint the rock, then hide them for others to find and bring joy.
Oh my gosh!
Very popular here.
Wow.
There's a movement where people paint on rocks and hide them around and bring joy to people who find them.
Wow.
It's two different people said that, but it's like the same description.
Is it? Oh, that's awesome. Some sort of glamour bomb sort of thing. I wonder if
Do you know what I like? And we're seeing
like
people
geocaching.
In Whitby is build really cool cairns.
Oh yeah.
Rock stacking.
Yeah. No, that sounds neat. I haven't done that. If I do, I'll tell you guys about it and tell you where to go look for the magic hidden rock. That sounds fun. I like treasure hunt sort of things in general. Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Like
I like anything that is treasure hunting. I like geocaching. I like stuff like that. We've talked about doing a pin maybe that is just hidden in geocaches.
Oh, I don't even know how we do that.
What I would do is I'd talk to friends of mine who are geocachers and Boy Scouts and things like that, give them each a sack of them and tell them to distribute them around throughout the world. That's what I would do.
People do that at Dragon Con and hide them around the host hotels.
Oh my gosh, really?
That's funny.
I'm surprised that I haven't been asked about this before. That sounds awesome. That's a fun idea. I'd worry people would probably just put them on eBay. I'm taking some greenish yellow from the little moths, basically, and that is going to be a reflected light. There's a moth here, and again, I'm going to make them more glowy looking as I make the background darker. And then there'll be a little bit of one up here from this moth, because especially his wing there, if that blue moonlight is hitting that bright green glowy wing, that's going to make, like, triangulate and make your eye look over to her eye here. And there'll be some sort of bright bluish green sort of dot over here.
Well, that's almost like a magician's trick.
It is. But yeah, this is very, very loosely done. Again, it's just shorthand to show myself, hey, Jasmine, remember, put the sparkly green things there. So there'll be a bit of a dot there. I might even make it, if I'm feeling wily, I make it even look more like a moth, like a little butterfly design. And maybe like a moving moth over here. And then I might even, I've kind of done a little bit, 3 separate little dots here representing each one of the moons. So that will kind of tie it together. It's like, hey, this is reflecting here, that's reflecting there. And this one is the one that's whooping over here. So it'll give a bit of a feeling of movement to it also. I've kind of drawn some circles and moons and little crescents in her hair because I wanted to give her some sort of, if not a crown, at least some sort of jewelry that is decorating her hair, and also kind of something that is shiny. If I make it silver, it will be reflecting the different colors too. Again, this is a painting that is very much based on the interplay of the different light sources. going to take some blue, or some of that turquoise rather, the phthalo turquoise, mix it with some white, mixing it with the titanium white, and also a bit of the muddy gray background here because I don't want it to glow too much. And I'm going to start putting some details of where this reflected blue moonlight is going to be hitting. I'm going to scoot this up a bit. I don't know how much you can see here. Sorry, I know the masking tape's probably loud. A little bit more white in there.
So we're finally seeing where those, where the lights are coming from.
Okay.
The different light,
yeah. So I'm going to... Exactly. Yeah.
Layman here.
That's okay. So I'm going to go outside this here. Now, if you can see... Oh, you know, I don't know if I have to do this up enough. I usually try to remember where the camera shows and where it doesn't. There we go.
Night, Simon Moonbee.
Hi, so I'm going to go over her leg here. Now her hand is in front of her leg because she's touching her foot from her other leg in front of there. So I don't want the moonlight to like get her fingers there because it wouldn't make any sense. This isn't something that I really am looking at a reference to do. This is just something I know from sitting around and how light hits things and paying attention after many decades of looking at how lights work. So I'm going to take some of that blue, wrap it around the top part of where her knee, her upper thigh is. I don't know how long I'm going to make her little skirt. I kind of mostly focused on the bodice part of her dress because I wanted it to look like the brown part of a blue morpho dress.
That's cool.
So I'm going to go between her fingers there. That will really emphasize the fact that it's kind of backlit. I'll show you what I mean there. You can see that blue line I'm kind of going around. So that's showing that that is a light behind her. That is not something in front of her like the light that's making the red, but it's the light behind her. Now since she's sitting kind of cross-legged, it's probably going to catch the front part of her right calf on the viewer's left-hand side leg. She's a little woof elf here in the woods, so she's gonna, yes, she's a wood elf, so she's probably running around a lot. She gets a lot of exercise, so she's got good calves here. Pop that up a bit, yeah. I'm trying to, she's fit. She lives out in the woods.
What do you imagine she eats?
I was gonna say, I guess she eats moths. No, I'm just kidding. No, she doesn't. Don't yell at me, people. She's not eating moths. I don't eat moths. I'm a vegetarian. But she probably eats berries.
Do you remember the owl that eats the moth really quick in Secret of Nim?
Yes.
That kind of scared me when I was
little. That kind of scared me too.
That was so cool.
That's a movie I saw when I was little. I'm gonna make her a little toe a bit. Yeah, there we go. Little toe.
That's a good film. To all the parents out there that have their kids hadn't seen that film yet, you should show it to them. It's a good,
depending how old they're.
Film. It's one of the great 80s fantasy movies.
Yeah. You can see on her leg now, I've kind of gonna combine her knee here to her calf. So you can see that it's the light's kind of hitting her leg on multiple places there. And if I end up giving her more of a skirt, some of that might be covered up in the end, and I'll probably change some of it so she'll probably have grass growing around her, and I'll probably draw in some trees and ferns and little flowers and stuff too. But for the most part, this is going to be the shape of her legs, the shape of her feet, etc. I think I'm going to leave her barefoot. Often my characters I do tend to put tights, but that's usually with indoor fairies, and she's kind of an outdoor fairy.
I guess tights wouldn't really provide that much protection.
No, if you walk around in pantyhose in the woods, you get a hole in it in 5 seconds.
I mean, I do that.
I mean, you might.
I do that all the time. I just don't tell people. Well, I guess I just told like 80 people.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So you know my secret, everyone.
That's fine.
Pantyhose in the woods.
Yeah.
I go out looking for kindness rocks and pantyhose.
Oh. No, that will ruin your pantyhose. I'm going to put a little bit of that blue too and kind of start reinforcing where her hair is. Again, I've kind of made her hair like mine. She's got long hair that goes about almost to her waist, but I've kind of drawn it in here, just made a little fish hook of a little bit of a highlight there, which will kind of repeat the shape that is of the moon, which will make it more pleasing to the eye, and will also reinforce the idea that she is being backlit. And I will put some sort of flora around her, some sort of plants and pretty little vines and things as I go. But that will have the same basic shape. I'm gonna make the side of her outfit a little bit blue too, because she's not a paper doll. She's not just a piece of cardboard sitting in the woods. She's actually got sides to her, so I want that kind of wrap around before it turns into the glowing moon bit here. So we can tell.
Now, did that take you a while to learn how to make things look more 3D solid?
Less of it has to do with learning how to paint and more of how to look at things when you're not painting. Like when you're looking at things in real life, I'm always looking at things and figuring out how light is affecting them, which might sound boring, but that's something you can do when you're not painting that can help you when you start painting. So I would say it's taken a long time to study. I've lived a long time and I've seen a lot of things. But as far as painting goes, you could probably do it on your first try if you spend a lot of time looking at things first.
Okie doke.
Not that you really want to get into painting, but if you did.
Well, but you're speaking to the room.
That's true. Not Maddie specifically.
But yeah, you told me that you'd give me painting lessons if I wanted.
Yeah, and he said no, so sorry, no free Jasmine Becket-Griffith painting lessons. The public doesn't want them, the public meaning Maddie. I'm going to put a tiny little hint of blue on her nose. This is going to be the only place on her face that is really getting any sort of the backlit reflected light. Because if you look at somebody's face, most people's faces, not everybody, but the nose is going to be the part, flat plane, and the nose is going to be the part that sticks out the most. Sometimes it's a forehead, sometimes it's a chin or cheeks on real life people, but with my characters, they tend to have a flat face like me, and they'll have a little nubbin of a nose that pokes out. So I'm going to put a little bit of blue to show that part is sticking out further than the parts of her face that are kind of in shadow. If you're painting a character and it's full face on and it's like a school portrait, the brightest parts of the highlight are going to be on the face typically. But with somebody who's being lit from something from behind, some little bits on the sides, and also a very substantial underlit sort of thing, the face is going to mostly be in shadow, so that will be kind of in cooler tones. Which isn't a standard lighting thing. You would never intentionally take a photograph of this, but that's part of why it makes it look like a more narrative scene. Is it looks like an illustration from a book or maybe a screen still from a film or an animation. So it looks like we've kind of snuck up on her in like a private moment here with her butterfly friends in the woods, as opposed to her posing for a picture to put in her yearbook or something.
Yeah, the wood elf very yearbook.
Yes, woof elf.
Woof elf. Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, she's gonna be lovely.
Yeah, I don't know how these fairies and mermaids sit still long enough for you to paint them, Jasmine.
That's the thing. Well, that's why I can't ever have reference photos very good other than me pretending to be one and Matt taking a picture.
Oh, Brenda says they just got here and it's so beautiful.
Oh,
they love the moon phases.
Yeah, so far so good. I'll turn it around and show the whole thing to people who are just joining us if you want to see how she's looking. I'll show her up here too. Maybe it works better there. I don't know. It's getting darker here in my studio, so I've got all these my own directed light sources here. It's hard to judge what shows up on the camera and what doesn't. But she's turning out very nice, and again, she will be the special painting that I am debuting at Disney World on December 22nd at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs for my annual December show, and the prints and the original painting will be available from the Pop Gallery. And I will definitely let you guys see how she turned out, and also give you information on how, if you aren't able to attend the event in person, how you can order the prints either via email or via telephone from the Pop Gallery to get them shipped worldwide.
I'll go ahead and put that event.
Yeah, put the event data or the link up there, just to my event page up at Facebook. And it is a free event. That part of Disney World you do not need to have a ticket to get into. It's at Disney Springs.
Free parking.
Free parking. formerly known as Downtown Disney. Still known as Downtown Disney in California, but this is going to be in Florida. I just got back from California. So I will probably be back in California in March. I don't know yet, but probably at some point after the Epcot events end here in Florida. There we go.
Ring Girl will see us there. Yay!
Yeah, we'll probably see a handful of you there. And we'll have free pins there. We're handing out the pins. I'll show that for people who have just joined us. Here's the concept art for the free pin that is going to be given away to the first 200 customers. Anything, you buy anything, postcard, doesn't matter, that is Jasmine Becket-Griffith, you get a free pin. And these are only available at the Pop Gallery and only during like that first hour. So you can't buy these. These are things that people trade on the pin groups. These are things people sell on eBay for ridiculous amounts of money. Oh, and here's I think I might have showed this one already last time, but this is the December pin of the month. For you Patreon people or people who collect the pins of the month, this will be the pin you're getting. This is the concept art. It's my mistletoe fairy, and she turned out super cute. Also, too, just yesterday, I think, we released the November pin of the month. You Patreon people might have yours already. It is the Alice's Advice Alice with a little teacup. Super cute. And she's also up at strangeling.com. You can just buy her flat out, or you can join the Pin Collectors Club, and you'll get her and strawberry cupcakes.
That is, Sarah and I were talking. That's my sister, my assistant, Jasmine's assistant.
Yeah.
And
you get both of them.
She loves that new pin.
Yeah, she's
very cute.
She's a very popular pin. It's probably one of the fastest selling pins we've ever done, is that Alice one. I don't know if it's that time of year and people are liking hot tea. I know I do, but it is November. I can't believe it's November. What time you got, Manny?
It's 7:25. We have about 35 minutes before the raffle, and that's around when we'll end the broadcast.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to let this light blue bit dry here. I'm going to wash some of this blue off my fingers, and I will be right back. Matt can entertain you with something.
I'll just read what's going on in the room.
There you go.
Oh yeah, a lot of people got their pins today.
Oh, good. I know people are posting.
Yes, and I'm hoping you like them. Yeah, she's a nice size too. Oh, you got your Alice too. Excellent. Yay. I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, I saw that people were posting up in the pin group. If you do collect pins and you're not a member of the pin group, I will go ahead and post that link because you should be. Let me find that. Pin group here. Yes, it's really well made. I think Jasmine did a really great design for that one. But we were very happy with it. I like the color of the blue in the dress. I think that turned out really well. So, what is everybody's favorite pin so far? If you do collect the pins. Not necessarily which one do you want to complete your collection, but what is your favorite pin that you personally own? How about that? That is a nice one. Clockwork Dragonling, that's great. Stranger Than Lonely. Oh, Medusa, that's a good one. Avalon Fairy, oh, lucky you. Alice, Voodoo, and Candle in the Dark. Marie was my first. I bought her on Amazon. Excellent. Marie Masquerade, Pipistrello, Cupcake Girl, Orange Blossom, Three Wishes, Strange and Lonely. I want. You guys like some good stuff. Poor Selena, yeah, that was great. And Skeleton Magic, that's a cute one. I like that one too. Yeah, Blue Ninja's good. Mermaid Dragonling. D20, that's a good one. Can't catch her.
No, oh, sunshine. Oh, Maddie, it's the babies.
Oh, the babies are here?
The babies are
okay,
here. Oh
I'm gonna take a break real quick. The raccoons are here.
2 of them are right there.
I'm gonna go see the raccoons. I'll be right back. Okay.
Sorry, there's some.
No, they are cute.
There's all 3 of them right there. We're over by the air conditioner.
I'll look at them real quick.
It's our babies. They're
little guys.
They're little baby raccoons.
Gosh,
yeah.
The bumble bottoms.
Yeah, the little bumble bottom twins or triplets rather. Yeah. Aw. That's why we move our bird seed at nighttime when it gets dark out, is so the little baby raccoons can come eat it. And the possums and the armadillos.
What are you doing this little tap dancing?
Yeah, they get on top of the seeds and they kind of sort through it and stare into space.
Oh, you're right by the door.
Oh,
they're fighting.
Over there.
Well, they're not fighting.
They'll growl at each other and stuff. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna keep watching. I need to get back to push.
Yeah.
Cute.
Aren't they so? They're such
they're
little
pretty
honeys.
quiet.
Yeah. Yeah. I have the windows closed, but I can hear them. They kind of mumble around and hiss at each other sometimes. They're very cute.
Oh, Ruby Dragonling,
They're plump
D20,
little things.
20-sided dice.
Are you talking about what pins? Or
favorite
like
pins
them?
that
Oh,
people
wow.
have themselves. Not necessarily ones they want, but the ones they own.
Ah.
We can't put the I can't put the camera on the raccoon.
Oh no,
babies.
they're outdoors. They're
Sorry.
yeah, our cameras are stationary in here, but and the raccoons are outside. Unless we let the raccoons inside.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I could pick that
Then
one
we
up.
could
I
have
bet he'd
raccoon
be
time.
darling. Raccoon
It
time.
probably would. You know, it probably wouldn't be any different from.
It would.
our
It'd
horrible
probably
cats.
be easier than these awful things. Cut me up.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys! I have to show my arms all the time, and look how cut up they are.
Biohazard.
Awful
That's a good
things.
one. Oh, I've got.
Biohazard was my
Biohazard
first
was the first one,
pen.
I think.
Yep, it was. That was my very first one.
I put
It
up
was the
my
first
little
one I ever did.
emoji there.
Yay! I saw something on Twitch and I haven't read it, and it says something about how we can make people VIPs now on Twitch. I don't know how it works.
I have no
in the
idea how
chat
that works.
room with people who chat often. We'll try to look it up and figure it out, but I just got a message about it right before we started broadcasting, so I have not had a chance to look at it. I don't know if I get to make extra little icons or not. Now, moths have this lovely little feathery antennae that they have. So I'm kind of putting some little furs that are being picked up by the blue light that's coming over there. I'll do a little bit on this one in the back too. He's got little feathery antennae. Oh, he's lovely. And her little fingers here, since her fingers are kind of forward and they're resting on her knees, like out here, and the moonlight's coming behind her and coming through under her armpit and around where her hair and over her shoulder is, it's probably going to be hitting at least part of her hand here. So I'm putting a little bit, tiniest little hints of blue on the ends of her fingers here. So that looks like her hand
Jasmine.
is extended instead of like by her side. Yeah.
There's a new pin idea for a raccoon fairy.
Oh.
And then Brenda said, "What is the symbol in the fairy's hair?"
Her hair. She doesn't really. It just has But I've just drawn some moons. Basically, I put a crescent moon up there, and then I made some circular moons around it. I'm thinking about turning it into some sort of little crown, sort of hair jewelry. It's basically the same thing over there. Kind of like this, if you were to see it on its side a little bit. And then I'm going to make some little, I kind of put some little dots, like I'm going to make little bits of chain or jewelry that are holding together up there.
I have a feeling that this fairy is nocturnal.
Yeah, I would say so. Not just because of my nocturnal raccoon animals cup I'm using here, yeah, from the Wichita Zoo. But... and the raccoons outside. I'm kind of nocturnal sometimes.
Hey, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Have you heard any theories or anything about different dinosaurs being nocturnal or diurnal?
I have heard theories about that, but it's such a difficult thing to determine this far into the game.
Just by looking at bones?
Yeah.
Or fossils,
You
rather.
can guess, like, what sort of niches they took up environmentally, sort of like, hey, this one was probably something that would scavenge at night, so maybe it's a nighttime dinosaur if it looks like it eats lots of things that already died, or maybe it steals eggs or something like that. You could guess maybe, but it's a difficult thing to figure out. Why'd you ask? Or are you guys talking about that in the room?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just talking.
Okay.
No, I was thinking.
You just knew if I started talking about dinosaurs, I'd go on and on.
What I was thinking is, well, you know a decent amount about dinosaurs.
I do.
We're talking about nocturnal things.
That's true.
Then it got me to thinking, dinosaurs.
My dinosaur friends were nocturnal.
Oh, no, I just asked weird questions.
Yeah, that's fine. Taking a little bit more white, titanium white, and mixing it in with some of the blue that I've gone over before.
What's your favorite dinosaur? I'm asking the room too.
Oh, I don't really know. A lot of the things that people probably would consider dinosaurs that are my favorites aren't technically dinosaurs.
Prehistoric reptiles?
Sure, yeah, like a lot of the marine reptiles. I like mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, and pteranodons, pterodactyls. Rhamphorhynchus might be my favorite, but I don't think he's technically a dinosaur. He's a pterosaur, but I like him.
And Terra, spelled
with a P. That's plesiosaur.
Sarah from The Land Before Time is April's favorite dinosaur.
Aw, I was gonna say it's not a specific dinosaur, but it's a
plesiosaurs.
Type of plesiosaurs are one of my favorites, and it's also one of my favorite words.
It is a good word.
Plesiosaur is a very happy to the ear sounding word.
It pleases you.
It's a pleasing sounding word. No, I love plesiosaurs.
T-Rex.
T-Rex is great. T-Batar. That's T-Rex's cousin who lives in Mongolia. I like him. He's certainly made some news lately.
Allosaurus. Not the one that's...
No, that's another top predator sort.
Right.
Yeah. Carnotaur.
Much like a...
Carnotaur.
Yeah. Grace. Or Brachiosaurus?
Brachiosaurus, yeah.
Velociraptor.
I like Dimetrodons a lot, but they are technically just a large reptile. They are not a dinosaur. But I like them. They've got a big, lovely sail. You could talk the Salosaur sort of dinosaurs. They're kind of like Dimetrodons. I like them. Ankylosaurs. I like them.
Is very good. No one said pterodactyl yet.
I already talked about...
Well, you talked about pterosaurs.
In general, yes. Yeah. In Rhamphorhynchus in specific. Rhamphorhynchus is a neat one because he's Rhamphorhynchus is cool because he's a real type of animal that has a tiny little devil tail. That is where people, I think, got the ideas for, by seeing bones from Rhamphorhynchus, for a little spade at the end of a tail. When you see a devil and it's got a little pointy arrow at the end, Rhamphorhynchus really had that. We have his skeletons and you can see he's got that. And he's in the background of this lovely painting, Isle of the Dead. There's another pterosaur. There's a plesiosaur right there. There's also a whole bunch of trilobites in this painting, which I obviously collect. I've got a million of them here. I've got 3 of them that are almost a foot long. But I love trilobites.
So Land Before Time is 30 years old now.
Wow. How old's Jurassic Park? It's gonna be 20. Wait, it had its anniversary, didn't it?
93, I think.
It had its 25th anniversary, right? This year.
Okay.
The movie, not the book. The book was older than that because I read it when I was in 6th grade.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah. The movie, though.
Not the song.
The song came out in the 1950s. No.
Shaylee says, I used to love that movie, but not anymore.
The first Jurassic Park movie is a good movie. The book is good, too. It blew my mind when I was 12. It was great. Or 11, I guess.
How old's Fantasia?
It came out in 1940?
Okay, that's really old.
So that's very old, and that's got dinosaurs in it too.
Yeah.
Well, hell, some of the first ever movies and recorded special effects and claymations and things like that are of dinosaurs, aren't they?
Yes. Gertie and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Look at Gertie.
I do look at Gertie.
Is that the raccoons talking?
My belly.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. That was your tummy.
I've never heard it make a noise like that.
I didn't either. I thought it was the raccoons.
I think it's because we were talking about tofurkey earlier.
Oh, okay.
Or there's a little tiny man in my belly going...
A tiny raccoon in your tummy.
That could be too.
Well, I do. At nighttime, I typically leave the windows open, and I can hear the baby raccoons out there, and they do coo at each other. And then they hiss at each other, and they bite and snarl at each other. I'm going to put a little bit of... I'm going to start working on her eyes a bit more to make them start to flesh out a bit, and I'm going to use... Since she is in a very blue background, the corneas of her eyes, I often talk about the whites of your eyes not really being all that white. Hers are going to be very blue because she's at nighttime. Everything around her is blue. If you have a white ball that is covered with water and you put it around something that's mostly blue, you're going to mostly get a blue ball. But it's going to have a little bit, like I put in my little hints earlier, the red that's reflecting from the triple moon on her bodice here. There's going to be red at the bottom, but the ball itself, the cornea of her eye, is going to be blue. So I'm going to get some Payne's Gray, which is a very, very, very dark blue gray. Not quite purple, but more of a periwinkle that is extremely dark. I'm going to mix that with some of the mud that I used to tint the gesso on the background. And I'm going to mix that with some Naples yellow, which will stop it from being too blue. It won't make it green because it is not yellow enough, and Payne's Gray is not blue enough to actually make it green, but it will knock down the saturation level of it a bit. I don't know if you can see that. There we go. Maybe you can see that better.
So
Payne's Gray.
That's funny that you're talking about saturation and things like that. It makes me think about something more like computers, digital, or Photoshop or something.
Well, that's why they're talking about that.
That's
if you
funny.
look at, that's one of the values you can change in a color, really. The saturation, some people use the term chroma, the amount of parts of color per amount you're measuring. It's like not dots per inch, but it's that much of color, how saturated it is. If something's too high chroma or too high saturated, it will stick out too much from the things around it, unless it's in a background that already has a lot of high saturated, high pigment colors. This one it's going to have a lot of very bright value tones as far as like the lightness of it. The hue is not really going to be highly saturated, with the exception of a few points of color, probably on the purpley pink bits of the wings, and a bit of the emanating light from the warmer sources will have a few high chroma pigment points, but for the most part it won't have a whole lot.
So when you said were those the raccoons? Shaylee thought you were talking. She heard the flute sound.
Oh no!
And she imagined all these raccoons playing flutes with their tiny fingers.
That sounds darling.
That is cute.
But no, it was Matt's tummy grumbling.
Yes. It was a little guy going.
We were talking about tofu. So I'm going through that. I'm also putting a little bit of Titan buff in there in addition to Naples yellow. Show you how it's going here. It's starting to look a lot more three-dimensional, more like an eyeball, and less like a drawing of an eye. I'm leaving the top part right underneath her upper lash line. I'm leaving that a bit darker because that's going to have a shadow, because she's got very exaggerated eyelashes, much like myself. So she's going to have a bit of a shadow on the upper fifth of her eyeball, really. I'm even putting a little bit of the color of the cornea underneath where the red reflective line from the triple moon symbol is. Because that way it will look almost like the light is reflecting off fluid suspended in her eye as opposed to the eyeball itself. And that's part of what will make my character's eyes look like they are more realistic, as if they have several layers of moisture, several layers of pigment, several layers of transparency and opacity that are kind of all together into one sphere. Yeah.
Do you ever use metallic or glitter paint pens ever?
Pens? No, I'm a painter. I don't really use pens unless I'm autographing stuff.
Do you use metallic or glitter paints?
Oh, paints?
And then they say paint pens.
Paint pens? No, I don't really use pens or markers unless I'm just autographing prints. I pretty much all I do is paint. I don't really sketch with pencils. I don't do a lot of coloring unless I'm just testing out coloring books or playing around to like do pictures for Instagram or something. But as far as work I do myself at home, everything I do is one of these paintbrushes, water, and these paints here. I do with, there have been a couple times I've used gold leaf in my artwork, or I've used gold pigment paints, which are metallic paints that have ground up gold in them, basically. Some of the ones I've done that have kind of an Art Nouveau feel, or like the Gustav Klimt sort of pieces that I've hand done like gold leaf on them, and that kind of makes a neat metallic element. Or when I sign the limited editions I do for Disney, often on the canvas chiclets, they give me the Deco Paint metallic oil paint pens, and I sign my name with those, but I don't use them for making the actual artwork.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Have we had bacon yet? Like,
is that the fake bacon that's made out of coconut?
I don't know.
Because
Shaylee said that's what they call fake bacon.
Oh, I don't know if that's a brand or if that just means fake bacon in general. But I've had a lot of types of fake bacon. I've probably had over a dozen types of fake bacon in my life. There is a type that is popular that comes in a little pouch that I get on Amazon sometimes that's actually made of coconut. And it's just coconut that's been dried and has flavors like smoke and salt, etc., like bacon. And it's very tasty. I like the Morningstar. Morningstar Farms makes a very interesting breakfast strip that looks kind of like bacon, but really bears no resemblance to bacon, but it's very tasty.
There's no mayonnaise.
I might like that. I don't like eggs really, so I don't like mayonnaise, but I've had some vegan mayonnaise that was all right. What's that?
It's just a fun.
That's a great name. I like the goofy names that these things come up with.
I think it's fun.
Yeah.
Clever.
But no, if there's a vegetarian meat analog out there, I will try it. If it's vegetarian, I'll eat it.
I'm vegetarian.
Yeah.
You gonna eat me?
Oh, I see what you mean. No. Like, cows are vegetarian. Can I eat cows? No. Squirrels are not, though.
Morningstar Buffalo chicken patties.
Those are good.
I'm a fan of Gardein.
I like the Morningstar Buffalo wings, too. Yeah, I like Gardein. I like Beyond and Impossible Burger brands. Those are both really good. Beyond sausages are excellent. Beyond Meat brand makes bratwurst that are like they start off pink and they're in an actual sausage casing sort of thing, and you grill them just like regular bratwurst, and they're fantastic. I eat the heck out of those. I like fry them up with cabbage. They're awesome. I'm using some of that same blue and titanium white to draw kind of some little, it almost looks like fur, but really it's going to look more like feathers if you look on her little outfit here. The fact I'm using that light blue that is kind of the reflective color from the backlighting from the moon, that's really all I need to do on this gray background to make it appear like these have a texture. Just by doing a few little lines like this, that's going to change the difference from saying, hey, that's a piece of fabric, to, hey, that looks like it's made out of feathers. And since it's not really feathers, it's the little dusty bits. What do you call them? Scales on a butterfly?
I believe they are scales.
They call them scales, yeah. Well, it's like
a
Mothra.
scale attack, Mothra?
Mothra's scale attack,
oh,
yeah.
Don't get Jasmine started.
Oh, I'll talk about Mothra for the rest of the day.
No.
Yeah, okay. No. But, anyways, if you look at a butterfly and you look, because these are actually based on butterfly wings, not moths, but moths as well. If you look at them up close, they look like they almost have little feathers, which is why with this one here, the one that looks like the backside of the blue morpho that we're talking about as far as the mimicry, it looks very much like an owl, which is probably why it looks like feathers. I just painted an owl painting before, 2 paintings ago, and it was actually up at Twitch last week. They have feathers that look very much like this, and that is why this fake owl butterfly looks like that. So I'm kind of making her outfit look as if it is bits of feathers, because it is really a very close-up picture of some butterfly wings that I'm just kind of, it's not very precise, but I'm just kind of looking at the butterfly wings while I'm painting this. I'm not trying to make it match exactly.
What's great about the butterflies having the camo on them and looking like another creature?
Yeah.
is that they have no idea that they do.
Yeah, poor butterflies.
I mean,
They're
the
all
butterfly
dum-dums. Yeah, I know.
Or moth.
They're not smart
is
animals.
big and dumb.
Yeah.
And it doesn't know it looks like an owl.
They might even be smarter when they're caterpillars. It's really hard to say. You know, their entire body dies and dissolves itself when it's in a chrysalis. It uses its gastric juices to dissolve the whole body, and then it turns into a butterfly.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So gross.
I can't imagine they can remember anything that happened to them when they're a caterpillar.
Maybe that's why we think that
dies.
When we... I mean, there are so many theories, of course, when we die.
Mm-hmm.
But there are people use that as an example. The caterpillar.
Like you turn into a butterfly when you die, or an angel or something?
Yeah, like you become something else.
Well, that's kind of what happens to caterpillars.
So Brenda loves this painting.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll definitely keep you guys posted on it. Let me think. Our next broadcast will be next Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. We'll be here at about the same time as today, at about 4 o'clock.
And then after that, we start getting ready for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we get ready for Thanksgiving, and then we are in Vietnam. So I don't know if we'll have one in between Thanksgiving and Vietnam.
I will say we probably won't, because I'll be too busy sending out orders.
We will be doing our Black Friday sale, which I hope you all take advantage of. And Matt's acting like it's crazy shipping, and it is. But we have lots of people to help.
Yes,
so
but please do.
Please buy stuff.
Yes. What I'm saying is,
we depend on our Black Friday to carry us through the rest of the winter.
If you don't, I won't be busy, and
we'll
it would
be sad. We won't be able to do Twitch anymore. So buy stuff during Black Friday.
Please do.
That's how we feed our family. But yeah. But yeah, I don't think we'll be able to do a Twitch in between Thanksgiving and when we leave for Vietnam. But we'll do one at some point before my Pop Gallery show. And when we do, I'll show you guys, if I'm not done with this by Wednesday, I'll show you how she turned out and how you can contact Pop Gallery to order a print, or how you can pre-reserve one if you're coming to the show.
Jasmine.
Or if you're interested in the original, how you can buy that. Yeah.
So Ricky's talking about being in France, hardly any vegan places where they will give you noodles made of carrots and salad. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Tell them about when you went on trip with Larry Elmore, that one salad you got.
Well, to be fair, this was at a restaurant. I was with a bunch of meat-eating artist friends in France, and we went to some restaurant where they basically just have meat on sticks, and you cook it like on swords in a fire or something. It was probably pretty cool if you like meaty stuff, and I had asked them for the vegetarian option, and they brought me 3 pieces of lettuce on a plate. I think Dolphin took a picture of me and posted it on Facebook, but it's literally 3 pieces of lettuce. No topping, no anything. I remember coming back from France, and I'd lost 5 pounds. It was awful. It's because I was traveling with other people who wanted to go to other restaurants, because I've been there many times since then, and been to lots of very good vegetarian restaurants.
When Jasmine and
I found
trip
loads
together,
of them. Yeah,
we were able to find.
Yeah, when it's us or just me or other vegetarians, I can find stuff.
I will say it'd be harder for the vegan person that doesn't eat cheese, because
I can think of some good places in Paris, at least. I can think of quite a few good places, but out in the countryside, it's going to be harder. But that's everywhere, really. England's pretty easy everywhere, though. I mean, everywhere I've been to in England, I've had no problems finding veggie stuff.
London is fantastic for
London's
veggie
insanely
food.
good.
It's the best city I know of.
Yeah.
Except for maybe
even
somewhere in India.
Smaller towns. Well, I was going to say, there are whole city-states in India that are required by law to be vegetarian. So, even smaller cities in England, like Whitby and Glastonbury, you find loads of veggie stuff.
You definitely do.
I've never had a problem with that. Small towns in America, it's a lot harder.
Yeah. Well, she's come a long way.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a lot of work done on her, really. I want to make sure I keep that moon that I keep showing you. That shows through the moth wing. It's starting to disappear because I have more layers of paint on it. But I'm going to keep going over that again whenever I do another layer. I'm going to put another warm layer underneath that, maybe a bit more white, titanium white, to show that the wing is somewhat transparent, because butterfly wings and moth wings are somewhat transparent. If you have something that is, it's almost like a piece of, we were talking about pantyhose, it's almost like a piece of pantyhose or silk or something like that, that has a light shining through it. It's going to look like looking through a piece of wax paper almost. So if you have a bright light behind it, it's going to show through. Yeah, that's looking lovely. And he's
7
got
minutes
cute
till
little
raffle.
eyes. Oh, and this last raffle is for Earth Angel. My pin from MegaCon 2018. Very hard to find now. Unless you want to go to eBay and pay lots of money, you can get one for free here.
Danessa says she's interested in what's going to happen behind her right shoulder.
Behind her right shoulder here, or behind the viewer's right shoulder? That's what's always hard when I work on commissions. People say her right eye, but often they mean the viewer's right eye, which would be her left eye. So I always have to ask. In the background in general, I'm thinking about just having foresty sort of background. Probably, I want to make sure that nothing takes away too much. I want it detailed, but I don't want it to be distracting from the main elements of the painting, which are the 4 butterflies, moths, the girl, obviously, and the lovely moon symbol here. So I'll probably kind of put a background. I don't have it handy. I had printed out Releasing Fireflies is a painting of mine where it's kind of got a swampy nighttime background, or my Princess Tiana, you haven't seen that one yet. Some sort of dark moonlit forest scene, mostly in blues, grays, and greens, but not so saturated to green that it will distract from the green butterflies, moths. And then the dappling that comes through here, I've kind of drawn some branches in here that will make sense why the light is kind of streaming in from the upper left. I've got to justify that somehow. So I'll have kind of a patchy claw of branches, leaves that are kind of blocking out part of it and letting some of the light through. I'm going to put a little bit more white and blue also. Since I have these little moons I've put in her hair, these aren't supposed to be real moons or glowing moons the way that the ones on her chest are, but these are going to be almost like if they're made out of platinum or silver, and they're just pretty little designs she has up in her hair. Probably got it on Etsy or something.
So she's a wood elf or a wolf elf.
Yes.
That's running around with no pants on in the woods.
Yep.
And
she buys stuff.
She buys things on Etsy.
Yeah, she's like me.
Maybe she has a phone.
Yeah, probably. Gonna take a selfie any minute. Oh, wouldn't you look at this? This is an exciting time.
Yeah, it's I would take a selfie if that sort of thing happened to me.
See? Yeah.
I still have not seen Phantom of the Opera. People are talking about seeing Phantom of the Opera in London.
Oh.
And then going to the Tower of London.
Now let's see, this part of her head's going to be turned away, so really only, if at all, it might not actually, I'm going to rub that off. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to have a tiny bit of hint of picking up the light on the little moon over here, because if that's really in the shadow and there isn't a light source coming from the viewer's upper right hand side, that part of her hair, even if it is luminous silver, unless it's glowing of its own accord, it's going to be pretty dark. It's going to be almost a gray graphite sort of color. Yeah. One thing I'm going to do before I forget is put some sort of shadow beneath her. Since she is very backlit, if you know, let's say you're sitting in front of the sun's behind you and you've got your shadow on the ground, it's going to be coming towards the viewer because she is lit from behind. Of course, with her case, it's the moon. So underneath her, towards the viewer, is going to be in shadow.
Thank you, Jajoki Mom. Send us 500 bits.
That magic bit's nice. Thank you. I'm going to take some Payne's Gray and also some Van Dyke Brown, and I'm going to kind of just mess in some sort of dark area here. I'm going to put some more blue. Smudge that around a bit. Some more water. Again, I'm going to probably paint some grass and stuff like that. I just want to remind myself, hey, if I do paint grass, the area over here will probably be lighter, and the area over here is going to be darker because it's her own body sitting here is going to be casting a shadow over the ground, since the light source is behind her.
Right.
And when I do paint things like some leaves, plants, trees, etc., if any of them are reasonably close to where the Luna moths are, and since I want the Luna moths to be glowing from within, sort of. They might, much like a firefly, be casting a little bit of a bright green light onto the bits of grass that are near them, or the bits of trees that are hanging over them. Real Luna moths do not do this. They don't glow in the dark, but they do reflect a lot of light. They've got a very diffuse glow sort of thing.
It's true. If there was even a little bit of light out,
yeah, they'll show
you would
up.
see a Luna moth.
You would. But I don't want them, but I want these ones to look magic. These are not supposed to be real Luna moths. They are supposed to be magic Luna moths that are here because of the moon. So they are going to look like they are glowing a bit, as well as being affected by the glow of these moons and the blue moon behind them.
Jasmine, Shaylee says the feet are really cute.
Oh, thank you.
They look like Jasmine.
Look a lot like my own feet. Well, it's one handy thing. If
everyone's stroking Moobot.
Oh yeah, that's got to be coming up, yeah.
Yep, got a minute.
Oh my goodness. Exciting.
86
Who's
viewers.
Gonna get Earth Angel. Maybe mine. Sorry.
I try not to sing it each time. I think about Back to the Future.
Think of the song. So this is just kind of a generic bluish brown color. This is the same sort of mixture I use when I'm sketching with my little narrow brush. This is this is my bigger number 4 round that I use when I need to cover more ground here. No pun intended. And when I do start doing the grass, I'll probably do it monochromatically and do a wash of kind of a subdued sort of pine green, and then I'll put blue highlights on it. Because since it's not under a bright yellow sun, it's under a blue moon, the grass isn't going to look green like it's a golf course. It's going to look kind of blue and gray because it's nighttime. Also, since her knee is kind of lifted up on the side, I'm going to let some of that light come in underneath her knee a bit. So you can tell that her knee is raised. It's not like she's not sitting in the mud.
Alrighty, folks.
Oh,
time for
got a winner for
the
Moobot. Like a city-state in Germany. Sorry.
Jalia712.
Jalia712, congratulations! You have won an Earth Angel. Yay! A rare Megacon pin. And
I'm not sure if they're in the room.
If you're not in the room, we'll try to find you. We'll send you a whisper up here at Twitch. But hopefully you'll check in and see if you won. And if you did win, then please contact us, jasminetoad@aol.com. Then we will find out your address, because we don't know where to send your pin, or what your name is, or
yes, please,
what your email address is, or anything like that. So
everything Jasmine just said.
Yes, because Twitch only tells us what your username is. It doesn't tell us your real name. It doesn't tell us your email address. We don't know how to send you anything unless you tell us that you won. We do check it too. You can't lie and say that's your name. But so sorry if I ruined your fun. You can't do that. I'm putting some, if you can see here, I'm showing how some of the light, I'll make it a lot more
Do Moobot's dream of electric hay.
I like this room. Anyway, so I want it to look like her knee is raised up a bit, her calves and her feet are kind of touching the ground more. This is going to make her look like she's sitting more naturally. And I'll paint some grass and stuff around her so it really looks like she'll be sitting in a forest. I'm going to be painting a lot over the next few days, but I'll mostly be working on those minis I started last time at Twitch. But if I do finish her by next Wednesday, again, next Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central Time, or Eastern Time, will be our next Twitch broadcast, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, next Wednesday, night before Thanksgiving. And if I'm done with her by then, I'll show her to you then. Otherwise, you might see me working on her some more, and we will have some more giveaways and other fun stuff like that. And are we done for the night?
We are.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. Night-night. We'll see you on Wednesday.